And good afternoon. I'm meteorologist Angela Buckman along with meteorologist Sean Ash. As expected, we're tracking severe storms into central Indiana, now crossing the state line, and we have a good part of central Indiana under a tornado watch until 8 p.m. And we have some severe thunderstorm warnings, and depending on the community you live in, with a tornado watch and a severe thunderstorm warning, sometimes the sirens will sound. And I was watching Sean at noon, and he made a good point. With the environment and the ingredients in place today, we really need to treat every severe thunderstorm warning as if that severe storm could produce a tornado. Really, that's the reason we're under the tornado watch. So this is how radar looks right now. We're tracking the line of storms just now crossing the state line, and in advance of that, most of these are severe thunderstorm warnings. So we'll go basically, let's go north to south along these warnings and get you caught up, and we'll do some storm tracks on these and let you know when these storms are going to arrive, perhaps in your location. And then we'll take this from west to east across the state over the next several hours. We anticipate to be dealing with strong to severe storms through at least 6, 7, 8 o'clock tonight, depending on how quickly we can get these storms in and out of here. But let's start to the north, where we do have severe thunderstorm warnings now just north of Lafayette. So this is going to include parts of White County. So heads up, Monticello, Rensselaer, Logansport, even Lafayette. You're not under the warning yet, but you can clearly see the storms that are approaching. Winds probably already kicking up in the Rensselaer area. Now to the timeline of those warnings. It will include White County, and that severe thunderstorm warning goes until 3:30 this afternoon because of the storms that you see out to our west. And actually, before I leave this, do we have a movement on these?
Northeast, anywhere from 45 to 50.
Okay, northeast. Yep. So we'll do a quick track on this before we get over to Sean. This is so 45 to 50. So I'm just going to do, we'll just do the entire line. Basically, it's still west of Rensselaer, but Monticello, you're now under a severe thunderstorm warning until 3:30 this afternoon. And we'll highlight the leading edge of the storms, not necessarily the leading edge of the rain, but some of the heavier cells with this moving northeast between 40 and 50 miles per hour. We'll just do 50. And that puts it into Rensselaer at 2:51 and Monticello just before 3:30. And remember, Monticello, your severe thunderstorm warning goes until 3:30, including all of White County. So it is 2:35. This gives you a little heads up. Rensselaer, maybe 10-15 minutes before you start to see some of the heavier rain, probably already starting to see those winds pick up. But Monticello, you have a good, not quite an hour, but a good 45 minutes before that storm moves in. So National Weather Service giving us some really early warning times, which is good news because we do anticipate the potential of destructive wind gusts with these. And with the environment that's in place, these may quickly produce a tornado with little to no warning. That's the reason the tornado watch is in place, and that's the reason we encourage you to take every severe thunderstorm warning as a storm that could produce a tornado. Very intense storm coming out of Danville, Illinois.
Yeah, just got a tornado warning for parts of Vermilion, Fountain, and Park counties.
Okay, so we're probably going to have to stop down just for a second so we can get the folks on channel 13 updated. So why don't we do that? Don't go anywhere if you're on Plus, but with the new tornado warning, we need to make sure everyone on WTHR is alerted as well. So we'll stop down for just a second and be right back with you. We'll check velocities and then we'll do a track on this as well, just to give you an idea of where we expect that cell to go. And let's dive in a little closer. So reminder, we're now in the far western part of the state. This is just crossing the state line and it is approaching the highland area. Sean mentioned these have been moving northeast between 40 and 50 miles per hour or so. So we will do a track on that, but based on that, heads up Highland and Newport, even Howard, if this cell is producing a tornado. And I'm going to remove the lightning. We know these storms are going to contain lightning. It'll just make it easier for us to show you where the storms are and where the towns are, and specifically where the rotation is. So if you're familiar with the far western part of the state, we are northwest of Rockville, near Randall and near Dana and near Bond. So this is going to pick up some of the smaller towns in the path, but it is tracking northeast toward Highland. So we encourage you to get into the safest part of your home. You are now under a tornado warning until 3:15 this afternoon. Was the same motion on that?
Yeah, about 35, 45, yeah.
35, 45,
yeah,
okay.
That's right, and you got it. You're right there on that hook. That's it.
Okay, so let's, we'll come out just a little bit just so we can do a good track on this. And we'll do it, Sean said 35 to 45, so we'll do a track on this at about 40 miles per hour. That will give you some times of arrival. And I am, again, not tracking the leading edge of the rain. We're going to track the rotation. I'm going to give you just a little early warning heads up. So let's track this off to the north and east at about 40 miles per hour. And we'll see if we can get some additional cities to pop up in here. And just be aware that there are some fairly rural areas, but I'm going to put them all on there just so you can see. We mentioned Bond, and it's approaching now. Highland and 250. So if you're in Highland, that gives you less than 10 minutes. So get into the safest part of your home. Hillsdale 252. West Union before 3 o'clock. Rockport around 3 if it would hold together. And then Banner Mills if it would hold together 3:15. So that would take it out of parts of Vermilion and Park counties, eventually into portions of Montgomery County, and take it just south of Crawfordsville. So this is just an early heads up of some of the smaller towns in the path of this rotating storm right now that has prompted the new tornado warning until 3:15 this afternoon. So want to make sure you are aware of that cell in particular. The rotation is near and just south of Dana and headed toward Highland in the next few minutes. Heads up Newport, up into Eugene and Perrysville, even into Kingman. You're going to be in the heavy rain part of this, perhaps the hail core portion of this storm, and then the rotating part looks to track northeast, headed to Highland, perhaps if it holds together, headed into Kingman as well. We'll get to Sean in just a second. I do want to run down some of the other warnings. There are a ton of them, and they're all severe thunderstorm warnings except for that one tornado warning we just highlighted. So Vigo County until 3:30 this afternoon. Southern sections of Park, that's severe thunderstorm warning. But remember, northwest of Rockville into Vermilion County, that is a tornado warning. And then north of there, Veedersburg, Attica, these are severe thunderstorm warnings until 3 p.m. It includes now into portions of Benton County until 3:30, White until 3:30. So the National Weather Service giving us a real heads up on this line of storms and some early warning times to make sure you're prepared. We expect this line to move from west to east across the state, and I'm going to highlight that timeline, and then we'll get over to Sean for a little more analysis. The tornado watch for us until 8 o'clock this evening. It includes just about all of central Indiana at this point, and we are monitoring the storms, and you can see the movement now. The line itself will move from west to east. Some of the individual cells will track northeast, and it is going to be a busy few hours for us. And in terms of timeline, Future Track 13 maybe behind maybe 15, 30 minutes or so, but look how quickly this moves and impacts parts of central Indiana. We expect it to be into the central portion of the state between 4 and 6 p.m. That would have a big impact on the late afternoon, early evening drive, and have an impact on kids' camps and other practices and things like that. We then expect it to be out of the state by about 8, 9 o'clock, and that severe threat coming to an end. But first tornado warning of the day, we expect additional warnings. And Sean, up and down that line, we have severe thunderstorm warnings that is, you carefully mentioned, and rightfully so, to treat as tornado warnings today.
Yeah, just because I think we probably are going to eventually end up with some pockets of some intense wind here. And it doesn't matter, as we say, if it's coming from a tornado or if it's coming from straight line wind, but we're seeing that rotation now. Based on the location of where that storm is hitting the beam, we are roughly at about 4,300 feet. So there's a lot going on near the ground that we can't really see. We know there's at minimum some low-level rotation, which doesn't surprise us based on this intensifying wind field. And that rotation, by the way, as we dive in on live Doppler 13 radar near the town of Dana, and going to be moving towards State Road 63. There's a lot of farmland over there. Once you get in between Dana and 63, if you're watching us in Highland and West Union, I will tell you the circulation center is moving your direction here. And on our rotation detector, we're seeing that red signal. So at minimum, we're probably going to get some wind damage out of this, even if it's not from a tornado per se, but that usually signifies strong shear. And that's going to be cutting right across State Road 63 here. I want to show you some camera perspectives. We'll get you onto N.1. This is Covington. Very intense rain rates again today. So flash flooding is going to be occurring in some of these cells as well. At least they are moving quickly. And then we'll take you a little bit farther to the north. This is up in Fowler. So this is all up and down this line that's now in the state. It's arriving on schedule. Tornado warning will continue. We will see if we get an expansion of this. That warning goes technically until 3:15. Okay, this line is long in nature from north to south, goes all the way down to Evansville. And in terms of a timeline here, it still looks like it gets into the metro area roughly around 4 o'clock and then gets over east by 6 p.m. So we do expect some additional severe thunderstorm warnings to be issued, and including potential for 70-mile-per-hour wind here. So of immediate concern is that tornado warning, but we got plenty going on as well. In addition to all this, these are going to be highly electrical storms. So you're going to get a warning well in advance before they get to your area. Just be prepared to get indoors and get in that safe location. But yeah, right now, Angela, that rotation is northwest of Rockville, cutting across 63 as we speak. Take off the lightning data, and I'll circle the area of concern in terms of the rotation right there. So in between Newport and Highland, and moving toward Rockport and Bloomingdale pretty quickly at about 45 to near 50 miles per hour.
Okay. In addition to rotating storms and tornadoes, we have large hail threat, we have destructive wind threat. You've been talking about winds perhaps in excess of 70 miles per hour. This is from the Storm Prediction Center, kind of highlighting the probabilities of large hail. We're in that 15% range for the state of Indiana. Our wind threat is even higher, and the tornado threat also not zero. That wind threat up to the 30% probability covering the entire state. And we're also dealing with that tornado threat that is from Indianapolis north and west, sitting at 10%. So tornadoes are a real possibility as we head into this afternoon and this evening. And when we talk about severe weather, and we've been guiding you through this the last couple of days and preparing you for the threat of severe weather, always a good reminder of well, where do we go in the event of severe weather? Specifically, destructive thunderstorms that produce 70+ mile-per-hour winds and tornadoes. We're highlighting a house here. Obviously, the safest place is the lowest level. So if you have a basement, you're going to choose that. And even in a basement, it's a good idea to get under something sturdy, a table. If you don't have a basement, don't worry. Pick the center of your home. In this case, it's a bathroom, but it might be a closet. You want to make sure there are several walls between you and the outside on the lowest level. And these are good things to keep in mind as we deal with a long line of severe storms that you can easily see with radar. Let's go back to that tornado warned storm, and that's going to be for parts of Vermilion and Park counties. And easy to see the little circulation here, right approaching now Highland and Newport. So it's going to be this little notch in the radar here. Just move through Dana, in between Highland and Newport, and then this is going to continue to track north and east, Bloomdale, and then up into Kingman. So we want to make sure that you're aware of these storms that continue to move your ways. That's Bloomingdale and Kingman, and will continue to move northeast. That tornado warning goes until 3:15. I want to come out just a little bit, because if this storm would hold together and on that northeasterly track, we've got Kingman in the path, and then maybe even Waynetown and Crawfordsville. So we will see it exit Park County and head into Montgomery County. For now, Rockville staying just to your north. Tornado warning until 3:15. We've been monitoring the shear detector, which again just gives us an idea of where we have that wind shear or those wind spikes, whether this be because of rotation or straight line winds, the potential for damage when we get these spikes here, and still picking that up as it crosses the area in between Newport and Highland right now, and some additional near the Dana area. So just be aware that tornado warning does continue for you until 3:15 this afternoon. And this is one of several warnings. Let's go south to north. Not in the warning area, but interrupting some outdoor plans. We've got a couple of cells approaching Bloomington, one over Greencastle, one over Franklin. Here's Marion County in the city of Indianapolis, but the majority of the action is still to the west. Severe storms entering Vigo County, severe thunderstorm warning until 3:30. These storms may contain some large hail and some damaging winds from Terre Haute up through Harrison. That covers Vigo County. Then we go north into portions of Park County. Southern Park, you're not in the tornado warning, but northwest of Rockville, this is where we have that rotating storm, and that's the reason for the tornado warning. Other than that, south, it is a severe thunderstorm warning, again, for that potential of some strong winds and large hail. Let's go north. And the rest of, we go north of there, pick up Fountain County, into Fountain County, and then into portions of Warren County, and then into White County. Severe thunderstorm warnings will continue until 3 o'clock on the Fountain County one, 3:30 for Benton, and then 3:30 for White as well. So also want to point out Warren County severe thunderstorm warning for you until 3 p.m. So basically up and down this line we have severe thunderstorm warnings, and this is a line that will continue to move from west to east across the state, impacting central Indiana over the next several hours. And we do expect to have a high impact for the late afternoon evening drive. So if you're watching in Indianapolis, either on Channel 13 or on the stream, and you have a really nice boss, maybe get out a few minutes early if at all possible, to avoid the fact that we're going to have lots of people on the roads with this line of storms moving into the central part of the state in the next couple of hours. Just something to keep in mind as we monitor the threat of severe weather, and it's something that we've been tracking for you over the last couple of days. Alerted you about this weather impact alert day, and now we've got the line of storms. Let's dive back into the area under the tornado warning, and still showing, even from radar, signs of rotation right over Newport right now. So we'll put the velocities on, and what we're looking for here are a little red and a little green close together, and we do have that now right over Newport. So right over Newport, approaching Howard, and it's this area of rotation here, and it definitely matches up where we had that little notch or little hook in the radar data as well, and it is moving northeast. So heads up Kingman, technically not under that tornado warning, but if we start to get some reports from spotters, I'd have to check to see from the National Weather Service if we have spotters in the area, but if we get any additional confirmation or a radar continues to look like this, we may see an extension of that warning north and east that would eventually include Kingman, at least on the path of this, the rotating part of this storm. While we're here, we'll do a quick track on this too, just to give you an idea. And we'll do kind of the leading edge of the rotation, and it's basically over Howard now, moving northeast. We'll do this near 40 plus miles per hour. And I mentioned Crawfordsville, so that would be down the road by the 3:30 time frame if it would hold together. So we give you about 35 minutes heads up, Montgomery County. If this holds together, it is it has the potential to impact you. But let's put a few additional cities on here, just so you can see. So Kingman at 3:04, that would be the next area coming out of Newport and Howard. Kingman would be next at 3:04, Crawfordsville at 3:33, and Darlington at 3:43. So again, that would take it out of Park County into portions of Montgomery County. So just be aware, tornado warning continues until 3:15, and it is one of several storms that we're tracking within this line. Let's remove that track for you. And then, and people in Indianapolis might be curious, okay, when is all of this coming my way? So if we take this out, and we can do a little measuring tool on this. This will give us an idea. So about Terre Haute, take it up about 70, take it all up along I-70. So give or take 60 to 70 miles away, moving 40 miles per hour-ish. So Sean said it looks like this is going to impact really the central part of the state around 4 or 5 o'clock. So something to be aware of as we get lots of folks on the road. And before we get back over to Sean, I also want to point out they have some additional warnings across parts of Illinois, and they are confirmed tornado warnings, and we can see that kind of near the rotating part of the storm. Like we've got the frontal system coming through now, but where we've got the bigger spin, Sean, we've got a couple of confirmed tornado warnings out there.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point. And I think that spin with what we call a mesoscale convective vortex, to get technical, but the spin with that, I believe, is going to probably bypass a lot of us. So we're going to have to deal with the line and then rotation embedded within the line here. I'm just showing you a radar lapse because sometimes it's a good way to see, first of all, how fast it's moving and then in which direction here. And we're getting these what we call bowing structures. So the likelihood of over 60 mile per hour wind with those bows is pretty high. And then what happens is along this lines in this kind of setup is that we get areas of rotation within it. And we're going to continue to see that here. And that's why at noon I tried to stress we were going to have a combination of severe thunderstorm warning and tornado warning. And Angela, you made a very good point in terms of the timing of this around the metro area. And, you know, your kid might have practice, or so my recommendation would be to try to plan this thing out to where you're getting your kid dropped off before this thing hits, or you're going to be somewhere where you can ride it out. And then once it gets east, the threat of severe weather will be over. I've got this quad box up here. I just want to zoom in. Sometimes this can help us look at a lot of data at one time. So we've got the traditional, what we call reflectivity, tells us how hard it's raining and where it's raining. And then I've got the storm wind. We look for red and green next to each other. Then I've got the rotation detector, which essentially just cleans up all that wind velocity data and says this is the area you should be looking at. And then we have debris detector. At this point in time, I'm not seeing any debris, which is a good sign. Let's hope that trend continues. We still have this hook, and we still have the tornado warning that's technically in effect here until 3:15. So I want to show you the shear rate again, and we'll zoom back in. So again, we're talking about the western part of the state here. There's Fairview Park, you see Mecca. That's where the tornado warning is. And as we move up, And you can see near Sylvania, West Union, this is moving toward Rockport. We've got all these areas that are, saying, hey, there's very strong wind shear or wind damage potential. And we're going to continue to see this up and down the line as it moves toward the east. And we just got a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that includes Newmarket, Crawfordsville, Linden, Clarksville. This is going to go to 345. We are going to continue to see these we're going to see severe thunderstorm warnings across this entire line until it gets out of the state. And that includes the Indianapolis metro area. Embedded within the severe thunderstorm warnings will be some tornado warnings from time to time. But you can see Delphi, Monticello, all under severe thunderstorm warnings, okay? And I've got the lightning data turned off. We know for sure it's all lightning charged here, but everyone is going to be under a severe thunderstorm warning in our viewing area at some point in time between now and 6 or 7 o'clock until this thing gets out of the state. And it's going to cross the state in a real quick time. This thing is moving very fast. In terms of how far away it is from the metro area, so here's Indy, there you go, we're 65 miles away. So it's going to get in the metro area close to 4 to 4:30, give or take, either side of that. And it'll be around probably for about 60 to 90 minutes, give or take, a little net. And it's coming through during a rush hour. So it is going to be a mess. We've already got it over in the western part of the state here. So again, numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm going to get back over to you, Ange. What I'll do, I'll put a long track on this thing,
okay,
and just so we can kind of go up and down the line on a storm track.
Okay, perfect. We'll get back to you in just a second. Just checking folks from the National Weather Service. Looks like there are some, the sky warn is up so that the spotters are out. The only report coming in from eastern Illinois was out of Danville of an almost 50-mile-per-hour gust. That sits just below severe limits, and no indication at this point that they're going to continue with that tornado warning. But we're going to continue with you here on WTHR Plus and Channel 13 until the expiration of that tornado warning, and that's set to happen at 3:15. And Sean mentioned this long line of storms impacting the central part of the state, the somewhat more populated part of the state during the afternoon and evening drive, and getting to where you need to be before this hits, or wait it out and do it after. Just because a vehicle is never a safe place when you're dealing with severe storms like this, with the potential of 60, 70 mile per hour winds and the potential of rotation. So just may want to, if you can, alter your plans over the next couple of hours based on this line of storms as it moves from west to east across the state between now and we think about 7 o'clock, give or take, and then that severe threat will be winding down. Let's get you back to some additional analysis and the new warnings coming out for portions of Montgomery County until 3:45, Tippecanoe County until 3:45, and Carroll County until 3:45. So this new area highlighted here in yellow includes Crawfordsville, Lafayette, severe thunderstorm warnings until 3:45, and these warnings extend all the way south to just south of Terre Haute. A long line of storms that we're going to be contending with over the next several hours for us. Let's dive back into the tornado warned area, and then we'll go north to south. I would say, based on radar data, there's still a little notch in the radar here, just near and south of Kingman. So looking at this little curvature here, and this was a storm that we tracked just across the state line, moved through Dana, moved through Highland and Newport, and is now over Kingman on that path. It'll take it into Waynetown and Crawfordsville, perhaps into Newmarket. But the rotation, let's get into the velocities and check those. And still showing, when we get the brightness, that indicates that higher wind, stronger wind. And then when we have the red and green close together, that indicates that potential of rotation. And that is in this area in between Kingman and Newport right now. I would say It's a little broad, a little disorganized at this point, but what really stands out, the spikes in the color here, or the increase in that color right over Newport. For us, that's a sign that the winds are really picking up in this area. So let's check the shear rate too, and it should match. We should see those wind spikes, and we do. One near Newport, some additional near the Highland area, just south of there, just west of Rockville. And really with any storm this afternoon, those 60 to 70 mile per hour gusts are going to be a threat. And as I come out, really those wind spikes are concentrated now with this area from about southwest of Crawfordsville, south to Terre Haute. And National Weather Service out of Indianapolis keeping a very close eye on this storm that's in Marshall, Illinois. So just across the state line, there's been a little bit of back and forth between the meteorologist at the Weather Service and some of the spotters. At this point, they were not going to continue the tornado warning, just thinking this is mainly a damaging wind threat as it moves into the western part of our state, but obviously that's something we'll keep you updated on. And if you're watching the stream or watching us on 13 from Terre Haute, Harrison, Clinton, stay with us. This storm at times has rotated, has prompted tornado warnings in the eastern sections of Illinois, and it's a storm the National Weather Service continues to watch closely here, and we continue to watch those wind spikes closely as well. I would say not quite as organized in terms of rotation with that tornado warned storm, but we still have the tornado warning until 3:15 for the northwestern sections of Park County. So this is just north of Rockville. And we gave you the heads up, Crawfordsville, that it was going to be about 3:30, give or take, before it moved your way. You're now under a severe thunderstorm warning, along with the rest of Montgomery County, north into Tippecanoe County, because of this line of storms. Potential here for rotation, potential for 60 to 70 mile per hour winds and rain that will really come down. When we've got this much moisture in the atmosphere, it becomes that blinding rain that can be just as dangerous as some strong winds if you're in a vehicle. So that's going to be a threat as well, in addition to some lightning. And really up and down this line, there will be from time to time these the damaging wind threat, and still that threat that we could get some brief rotation. There are a couple of confirmed tornado warnings across the state line, back to just north of Champaign and then just west of Bloomington, Illinois, so in between Peoria and Bloomington. They're a little closer to the spin in the atmosphere right now, but we're close enough, and the atmosphere in place does support rotating thunderstorms. And you can see this is a large line of storms that goes from Chicago to Evansville, and just about everybody in advance of this line now under severe thunderstorm warnings. And with the tornado watch for us until 8 o'clock, oftentimes, well, it depends on your community. If you've got a tornado watch and a severe thunderstorm warning, the sirens will sound. So we don't want you to be surprised if that would happen to you this afternoon or early this evening. We expect
tornado warning.
A new tornado warning. Okay, let's get over to Sean.
Yeah, this is going to be a new tornado warning. This is going to includes Lafayette, includes Delphi, and this is going to go until 3:45. And I was diving in on radar, Angela, and saw some rotation just to the west of Lafayette. So I'm going to dive in on radar here, and then I'll show you a camera that's not far. So right now, this is just the rotation. As we get a little bit closer, so you see West Lafayette. This, if you have kids on campus up there, this rotation is going to probably move right over the campus here. So that tornado warning, I'm going to circle the rotation right in there. There's 231. There's Green Meadows. That's moving pretty quickly. At about east-northeast, about 45 miles per hour. This is just one of those zones. You know, the whole line has severe wind potential. Only a few spots will get spin potential, if you will, and that can enhance the wind. Even if it doesn't produce a tornado, sometimes the circulation may be enough, even if it's mid-levels, to kind of drag down some stronger wind to the ground. Either way, tornado warning for Tippecanoe County here, and we want you in your safe locations. Angela was just addressing that lowest level interior portion, and we have a professor, Angela, that's on the campus, and she said, and she's an expert in the field, by the way.
Yeah.
She's looking at the area of rotation, and according to her, not seeing any remarkable cloud features. So,
Okay.
but there's enough radar rotation, and this is why having someone with a close view, there's enough radar rotation that warranted the tornado warning. But at least, so the radar is only going to tell us so much and where we are in relation to that. So the radar beam is hitting this rotation at about 4,200 feet. The professor can see ground level. So that's good that her eyes are on it, and we'll continue to see if that changes as this thing moves forward.
That is some great information coming out of the Purdue campus. But obviously, if you're in this area, lowest level away from windows and doors, even if this cell doesn't produce a tornado, it is showing signs of rotation, still could produce those 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts, those damaging wind gusts. So we encourage you from Lafayette to Delphi to Flora to Deer Creek to be in the safest part of your home. We are now under a new tornado warning, and that tornado warning for the northern sections of Tippecanoe County will go until 3:45. This also includes parts of Carroll County and the far southeastern sections of White County. So Lafayette to about Monticello, Delphi, Flora, Deer Creek, in this area now under a tornado warning due to radar rotation. And just want to make sure, oh, and by the way, that is a severe thunderstorm warning if you're north of Monticello. So White County, you've got a severe thunderstorm warning, and then just south of there into Carroll, Tippecanoe, into portions, basically Lafayette, Delphi, Flora. This area we're highlighting for that threat of rotation at this point.
Yeah,
Oh, you have a camera?
Yeah, I was going to tell them, just pop up N.1
Sure.
behind Angie if you want while she's there.
This is going to be Sagamore Parkway, I
yes,
think.
yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes, yeah.
And we talked about this as well, the blinding rain that will reduce visibility in addition to that damaging wind threat and the tornado threat. And we can, actually, I think there it is full. So this is Sagamore Parkway up in Lafayette.
We may have lost that camera.
Oh, there we go.
We'll
Okay.
see.
But basically that's in that area that's getting hit hard right now with the heavy rain and that potential for the rotation part of this thunderstorm. So this is a cell that we're going to continue to monitor. New tornado warnings, those go until 3:45 this afternoon. While we're here, we will do a quick track on this. These have been moving between 35 and 45 miles per hour, give or take, sometimes a little faster than that. So we'll clear the warning, and then let's do, we'll do a track on this. So there, oh, we got the camera back. Okay, so this is State Road 52.
Yeah, that's
231.
Yeah, that's near the Lafayette Airport. So just a little southwest of the university there.
And obviously from this camera, you can see visibility is low because of the rain. And that's going to be an issue along with the thunderstorms producing that damaging wind and tornado threats over the next several hours for us. So let's go back to that tornado warned storm, and we are going to do a track on this just to kind of give you a heads up. We had done that with the cell Crawfordsville. We expected that one. That tornado warned storm is set to expire here in a couple of minutes, but Crawfordsville, we had given you the heads up that it'd be about 3:30. Right on track, and with the curvature of this area of radar, so I'll point it out here. This area here, damaging wind threat, when we start to see that curve out, and then we're going to watch for these little notches in the radar to indicate where we may have a brief tornado occur because of the rotation. Let's go north, and this is the storm we're keeping an eye on, the tornado warned storm. And I'm just going to do a big track. Now, it's not going to show you the stuff that we're already dealing with north of Lafayette, approaching Monticello right now with some very heavy rain, but we're going to track where the potential rotation is and or damaging wind threat is with this one. And we'll just kind of go north and south of Lafayette, and we'll track this area here. And we're going to take it off to the northeast. Let's do near 40 miles per hour or so, and then we'll bring these down so you can see.
New tornado warning for Terre Haute too, by the way.
So they ended up going tornado warning on that storm. We talked about that a few minutes ago. We'll get to Terre Haute in just a second. So now if you're with us, we've got one tornado warning expiring. We've got tornado warning for Lafayette, Monticello, Delphi. We've got a new tornado warning for the Terre Haute area. So we will head south in just a second. I do want to include a few more cities on this times of arrival so that you can see battleground. It's basically overhead. Brookston 320, Dayton 323, Delphi 330, Flora 342, Burlington 354, and just before 4 o'clock, the Logansport area. And if it would hold together, we're talking about headed toward Galveston, and that may put it eventually near in between Kokomo and Peru. So just kind of giving you a heads up on the track of this storm, the tornado warned storm at this point, and it does include those of you in Lafayette, Delphi, Flora, Monticello, and Deer Creek. So we encourage you to be in the safest part of your home, and that's going to be the lowest level away from windows and doors. And we're looking at really small areas of rotation, but it is still rotating, approaching Interstate 65. There's 65, there's battleground, and we mentioned you in the track, and this is moving just to the north of Lafayette, closer to the West Lafayette area, closer to the Purdue campus, and now headed into battleground. On that path, Brookston, battleground, Delphi, eventually down the road, perhaps Deer Creek and Logansport. So it is still rotating. It's a small area of rotation, but it is getting ready to cross Interstate 65 right now near the battleground area. Let's stay on velocities and we'll go down the line. And okay, we'll take Delphi real quick. So this is near Delphi on Interstate 65, and boy, you can see the heavy rain coming down. Wind shaking the camera a bit at this point, so we'll continue to monitor the cameras in this area and just know that that cell that is rotating is crossing Interstate 65 near battleground right now. Broad area of rotation, but what stands out here, the increase in color, the brightness in this color near the Kingman area. So just be aware there could be some pretty strong winds with this one, that damaging wind threat now moving across the northern sections of Park County into portions of Fountain County, and you can see as the radar updates that wind spike headed toward Waynetown. So just be aware. Even if you're not under the tornado warning, we encourage you to take these storms as if they quickly could produce a tornado, or winds that do tornado-like damage, 60 to 70 miles per hour. National Weather Service did go tornado warning on this area of rotation that's near Harrison. So this is near Terre Haute and north, and this was the storm that was just across the state line that was under a tornado warning, and it is tracking northeast toward the Rosedale area. So we're just north of I-70 at this point, and that is one of now 2 tornado warnings. The one that was in effect for parts of Park County was allowed to expire at 3:15, but we've got a large tornado warned storm moving through Tippecanoe County right now, and a tornado warned storm that is just north of Terre Haute. And Sean, that brightness really does stick out with that storm approaching Crawfordsville right now.
Yeah, and on the northern portion of that, we're getting some increased rotation. So, you know, look, up and down the line, severe wind potential. We've had numerous reports, by the way, Angela and folks at home, of 60-mile-per-hour wind out of the northern Vigo County, where we have that tornado warning. I'm just going to get in, you know, as I mentioned here, red and green next to each other near Hillsborough, crossing over 136. And, you know, we're trying to find a needle in a haystack here. The whole line has 60 to 70-mile-per-hour wind potential. Within the line, we look for these areas of circulation that could, you know, produce a tornado that could enhance the wind. But you treat the whole line like a tornado warning until it goes to the east of you here. So that's the area that Angela was talking about, that bright green on the radar, heading toward Waynetown, heading into Crawfordsville here in the next 20 minutes. So if you're in a structure that has a lot of trees around it, get in the middle portion, get away from those trees, get in the lowest level, and get away from windows. Tornado warning continues for Vigo County, 3:45 p.m., 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, regardless if it's coming from a tornado or not. And this line is moving pretty much on schedule here, moving east-northeast at about 45 miles per hour. So eventually we're going to get into more severe thunderstorm warnings that will get into the metro area. Before 5 o'clock, we will have either severe thunderstorm or tornado warnings for the metro area. Might be a combination of both because this thing is heading toward us, okay? So power outages will be on the increase here. I do want to get back a little bit closer, and I will tell you, it looks like to me the rotation has weakened. Doesn't mean the wind potential is weakened, but the rotation is weakened with the cell that prompted the tornado warning for Lafayette and Delphi. But the severe thunderstorm warning portion of that continues. However, Waynetown and Crawfordsville, let me check to see if we've got I might have to get our desk, to get that. There's an NDOT camera in Crawfordsville. If we haven't called that one up just yet, we should call that up because this storm's going to blow right in there. Appreciate that. So a couple of things I want to point out as we do some radar analysis. So we look for something called a bow echo. Think of just like a bow and arrow. And we've got one now that is bowing out right there, okay? Why that's important is to get that bow signature on the radar, it takes strong wind to make it bow out. And that's what we're seeing. That is a bow signature. So that ups the odds of severe wind gusts for Waynetown and Crawfordsville and Newmarket. And then on the apex of the bow, hang with me here, right in here, we'll circle it. This is where we can sometimes get a tightening of the circulation. And that's what we're starting to see. Simpson Corner, this is going to move into Wingate, Elmdale. Again, we could get a quick spin. So that's what we're looking out for. And the Weather Service too, because we're looking at the same data. But you can see in terms of the wind shear rotation detector, you can see Waynetown there. And there's 74. So, and we see some embedded pockets of reds too, Angela. So you see that?
Yeah, I was curious that south of the bow, it looked like one of those little notches in the radar as well.
Yeah, let's look down there. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, a little bit. They're near Marshall and Rockville, you think?
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, and so again, that's the tough thing from, we're showing you the radar data. We're not issuing these warnings. They've got amazing warning meteorologists over at the Weather Service, and they are trying to find these fine details. And they are. They're fine details. So you treat the whole line like a tornado warning, get in those safe areas, and then know that we could get some of these tornado warnings. And it wouldn't shock me as we move through the next 3 hours if we get some more of them as well. But we know for sure we've got wind potential with this. And let me just zoom out on radar here. We'll do a storm track from north, hang with me, from north to south. Yeah. They're moving about 45, and so there you go. There's some ETAs there. Greencastle in the next 10 minutes, Peru in the next half hour. And then let me get you into, we've got a camera. NDOT 1, Ashley, is that right? Yeah, NDOT 1. So this is north of Terre Haute. There's 41 at State Road 63. So we've got a lot going on because we also, now thankfully the line's moving, but there is some flood potential just because if you've been outside today, you know how tropical that air is. So we've got that aspect, we've got the wind aspect, and then, oh, by the way, we're trying to look at the areas of rotation, and we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for that portion that includes Greencastle. That's going to go till 4:15.
Okay. So let's get you
Buckle
back.
up, friends.
Yeah, it's going to be a long few hours.
Yep.
And as Sean pointed out, it's a long line of storms, and we really do have to treat all of this as if it could quickly spin up a tornado. And whether it's straight line wind damage of 60 to 70 miles per hour or a low end tornado, the threat for damage is real. So we encourage you to be in the safest part of your home, lowest level, away from windows and doors, and may need to navigate around this line of storms for your late afternoon and evening plans, because a vehicle is never a safe place when we're dealing with storms like this. Let's go north to south along the line, and we will start with that tornado warned storm that is now just north of Lafayette. So there's the line of storms coming out of Rensselaer. You can clearly see the storms have moved into Monticello, and then south of there, the tornado warning continues for Battleground, Brookston, Delphi, Flora, Deer Creek. This is near and just south of Monticello right now. And embedded in this, we've had little areas of rotation. So let's check velocities, and we'll check the that wind spike detector, or the shear detector. And it's broad rotation, so when we don't see the red and green really tight close together, that's the reason we call it broad rotation. Still could be producing some, but not quite as dramatic as what it looked like originally. But let's check this shear detector while we're here. And this has come down a little bit as well, but still have that wind spike coming east of Brookston. And remember, we were tracking the rotating part of this storm crossing Interstate 65 near Brookston. That rotation, if it is still rotating, is in between Monticello and Delphi and tracking northeast toward Logansport. But heads up, damaging wind threat for you, Deer Creek, Flora, Delphi. This is 421. We showed you Interstate 65. The strongest part of those cells are now starting to push just east of Interstate 65 at this point, but very intense rain rates in terms of rain that comes down so heavy it reduces visibility. It quickly ponds on the roadways to make driving difficult. So just be aware. If you're watching from, say, Indianapolis east and you're thinking there's nothing going on at my house, you're right. There isn't anything going on yet. But when Sean did that long track, it did show these into places like Plainfield. So think Hendricks County, just after 4 o'clock. So we've got about 45 minutes before they're impacting places like Hendricks County. But this is the tornado warning. We're starting now to see more of a bow or a curvature out of this cell, indicating that damaging wind threat. You're feeling it, I know, in Delphi, probably starting to see the winds pick up in Flora, and you still have a little time, Deer Creek and Logansport, as the storm heads off to the northeast between 40 and 50 miles per hour. Let's go south. And we've been monitoring some additional severe storms. So we are south of Lafayette along 231, pocket of very heavy rain here north of Linden. And there's the cell that we were monitoring with that damaging wind potential right over Waynetown. And if you were with us during our early coverage, we were trying to give you a little additional heads up on these storms, and mentioned Crawfordsville at about 3:30, 3:27. Crawfordsville, most likely the winds are picking up for you, and the heavy rain is not too far away. We go south. All of these are severe thunderstorm warnings. They include Rochdale, Bainbridge, Greencastle. Back through Rockville, you're getting some of the heavy rain right now, south into Rosedale. Severe thunderstorm warnings up and down this line. And there's still a very small tornado warning for the area north of Terre Haute. So let's remove the radar. And NDOT Cam, and yes, you go ahead and pop that up. That's near Terre Haute. It was near Terre Haute. Okay, so what we can see here is the rain having an impact, reducing visibility. And when you watch the cars go, see how much water they're kicking up. That's because the rain rates are so high because of the tropical feeling that you can feel it out there. And so the flash flooding is going to be a threat as well.
Something's got to give. That's what we're saying, and this is what's giving right now, unfortunately.
And unfortunately, our rotation detector is still picking up on those big wind spikes northeast of Terre Haute. So this is near Rosedale. This tornado warning, let's do the expiration on this. This is going to include parts of Vigo and Park counties, southern Park County, until 3:45. But I'm going to slide this just a little bit. And we've been, these have been moving 40, 50 ish miles per hour off to the northeast. So let's do a track on this now that I have kind of the radar off so you can a little better see. And we'll just do kind of the spike of this wind that is in between Rockville and Brazil right now. And as it moves northeast, we'll do it at about 45 miles per hour. Here are some times of arrival for you. Greencastle at just before 3:50. So Greencastle at 3:48. Danville, so we are into Hendricks County now at 4:14. That's about 45 minutes from now. Avon, less than an hour for you and about an hour away from Brownsburg. So this just gives you a little more time to perhaps navigate around these storms. If you've got kids you're picking up, errands to run, things like that, this gives you just a little extra time to think, okay, I probably, if I'm in western Hendricks County or Hendricks County in general, and I don't want to deal with the storms, I've got a half hour. I need to be home by 4 o'clock before these storms start to move in. So that just gives you a little timeline for when we expect the severe weather to arrive, just in case you don't want to be out and about dealing with the reduced visibility because of the rain, the tornado threat, and that severe wind threat as well. So that just gives you kind of an idea of where we expect that rotation to go. And before I leave you, I'll put some additional towns on here just so you can see some other times of arrival. So we'll put a bunch on here. Greencastle, we mentioned you. Bainbridge just before 4, Rochdale just before 4, Coatesville just after 4, and then we get into that Hendricks County area after 4 o'clock. And this will have an impact on the late afternoon, early evening drive. But this was one of the bigger wind spikes that we saw, and this area is under a tornado warning. So heads up. Greencastle, you're not under the tornado warning, but you are under the severe thunderstorm warning, and you can easily see what our shear detector is picking up on these big wind spikes as this tracks northeast. Rochdale, Bainbridge, Greencastle, maybe even Ladoga will be in the path next as this storm moves off to the north and east. Let's come out a little bit. That by far is the area that sticks out the most in terms of the rotation detector, but we definitely have wind spikes up and down this area of storms. And I'll put the radar back on just so you can see what's coming our way. We'll go north and then we'll go south, and at each segment we'll do a track, and then we'll get back over to Sean, just so we can kind of let you know where these storms are and where we expect them to go. Still have that tornado warning part of this storm for parts of Carroll County until 3:45. Let's check rotation quickly and then we'll do a track on this. And we're still picking up on these little pockets of red and green close together, not tight, not what we would call a tight couplet. So broad rotation, but still hinting that this one may produce some damaging winds, and with little or no warning, maybe some rotation as well. Let's put the radar back on, and we will track this out over the next 40 minutes or so, or the next hour, just so you can get an idea of where this line of storms is going to go. Okay, so here we are. We'll slide the radar back just a bit. So we've got being hit hard now, Monticello and Lafayette. Let's track this north and east at about 45 miles per hour. It's done a pretty good job on that clip as far as alerting people down the road. And I'm just going to do kind of the leading edge of this so you can see where some of the towns that will be in the path. This large line of storms. As it goes northeast, we've got Logansport at 3:47, Rochester just before 4, just after 4, that's going to be Peru at 4:10, and then Warsaw, and that's out of our viewing area by about 4:30. So in this path, this takes it out over the next hour, and Logansport, you've got maybe 10 minutes or so before some of the heavy rain gets there. The winds most likely are already starting to pick up for you in Logansport. We'll clear this track and head south. And remember, that tornado warned storm does continue until 3:45 for parts of Carroll County. Let's go south. Here's the line in between Lafayette and Crawfordsville. Heavy rain, damaging wind threat. Haven't had a lot of hail reports so far. We did get a few early in the afternoon, but they were relatively small. But we'll check in with Sean to see if he's got anything from the National Weather Service. So moving this 40 to 50 miles per hour, it'll be into Frankfort just before 4. So Frankfort is here. There's the line of storms. You've got 20 minutes, I'd say maybe 10 or 15 to make sure that you're into the safest part of your home. That's going to happen just before 4. The Lebanon area, so Boone County by about 4:20, Kokomo just before 4:30, and that will include the Chrysler transmission plant up there in Howard County as well. So these are just some times of arrival on that track and where we expect it to be over the next hour. And it is going to move quickly. Over the next hour, it will come out of Lafayette and Crawfordsville, head into Frankfort, Lebanon, and Kokomo. So that's where it's going to be in an hour. Another hour down the road, we'll be talking about Tipton, Marion, Alexandria, and Noblesville. So you still have a little bit of time if you are east to perhaps make some adjustments to your evening plans. Here's the southern extent of the line, and we'll do another track on this as these storms move north and east between 40 and 50 miles per hour. And where we did the Crawfordsville, so let's go a little south of there and we'll pick up this line and where we think this will go in the next hour or so. Greencastle, we've been talking about you. You've got just a few minutes just before 4 o'clock, so about 15 minutes or so. And then Danville, Hendricks County, that's going to happen between 4 and 4:30. And we mentioned Boone County between 4 and 4:30 as well. So, Sean, these are high impact storms. Any major reports of damage? I'm kind of hoping no.
Well, I will tell you, we've got all kinds of power outages. So I'm gonna spend a little time on this and then again just reinforce that severe thunderstorm warning should be treated like a tornado warning today. Please do that. Yes, we have, to answer your question, yes, there have been areas of trees snapped down. I've had some reports out of near Vincennes. So I'm showing you a broad power outage map because I want to show you what's happened over in central and eastern Illinois. You see just over the state line, that 6,000 figure. Now keep in mind, this is just a snapshot. This map is continually updating, and the reason I stress that is no more than 5 minutes ago, the map had only 100 customers in Vigo County without power. Knew that wasn't the case. It's jumped to 2,000. That number, unfortunately, is going to continue to jump. Tippecanoe up to 7,500. That number is going to continue to jump, and it will expand east and northeast with the squall line that's bringing multiple hazards with it. We've talked about the wind potential, we've talked about the area's rotation, and we mentioned that north to south, this entire line would get warned, and that has been the case here. There will still be some tornado warnings, I think, before it gets over into Ohio. And by the way, here we are at 20 minutes, just roughly 20 minutes before 4 o'clock. This thing will be in Ohio probably by 8 p.m. So this thing is moving super fast, and I think it's actually, if you watched our noon show today, we talked about this increased low-level wind it was going to encounter as it tapped into this highly humid air, and that's what's going on as we speak. There was a reason the whole state was put under a level 3 out of 5 risk for wind and also a 10% probability of tornadoes. So all of this right now is playing out as expected. We are going to get additional areas of damage, and this is, and from a time perspective, moving on schedule. So we were saying between 3:30 and 6 p.m. in the metro, probably can narrow it down, I think, here at the station, so we're in the heart of Marion County. I would think within the, by 4:30, this thing should be just about on top of us here. And then east of us by 6 p.m. That's going to come through right during the heart of the rush hour. So
yeah, that's a rough time.
It is. It's a rough time. We've got summer camps. We've got there are practices, high school. We've got high school football practices and scrimmages. We have soccer practices. So each district is going to follow their safety protocol. But as a parent, hopefully you're aware and you can either get there and get them indoors so that you're not driving into this stuff. That's our big job today, and what we're trying to do to keep as many people safe as possible. So just so many tornado or severe thunderstorm warnings. This whole line, you see the line's under a warning.
Yeah.
What we'll try to do, and this is exactly what the Weather Service is doing. Well, first, let me just show you the shear rate product. And you're going to look at this and you're going to be like, that's just a little narrow line. Well, it's a narrow line that we know has had a history of damage. And because it is taking, it's actually becoming more of a continuous line versus these little pockets. So that heightens our awareness that, yeah, we're going to get a long zone of at minimum 60, but also with pockets of 70. That is very much on the table here. You can see the icons there near Terre Haute. So you asked about the damage, so we're starting to get some of those showing up there, Angela. That came in at 319, some 12 to 14 inch diameter trees. And there's some other damage reports up and down this. So this is, as we get a little bit closer, there's Brazil, there's Mansfield. Let me show you a camera. This is in Cloverdale. I believe this is N.1. Yeah. And Ashley, if you're in the booth, what's N.2? This one, is that Crawfordsville? That's Brazil. That's Brazil. So that's right in the teeth of this thing. So that's what you see there is essentially what you can expect with this line. And some of that wind is going to be stronger in certain areas. So this is, and you can see those sheets of rain. So you can go from a dry pavement to thing being completely water covered in a matter of a minute or two.
Yes.
And that's it. So can't stress it enough. You know, that's what we're going to be looking like here at our station within an hour. You know, by the time we get to before we get to 5 o'clock, that's exactly what we're going to look like here at the station. Very, very intense rain with areas of strong wind. Where you see those bright blues and dark blues, and there's Brazil. So let me just show you so that gives you an idea what that looks like. And that was the strongest wind that moved across the area. So we'll do our best, Angela, to continue to try to find these pockets of rotation. Right now we're not seeing any, but we just know that up and down this line, we are going to have numerous areas of power outages. That'll be a big thing for us here before, you know, we're going to have, I wouldn't be shocked if we have over 25,000 power outages before this thing gets out of the state, if not more. Just because it's basically going to be from the Michigan border to the Kentucky border. So the entire state's going to be impacted by this line.
And the timing couldn't be worse.
No.
We're talking about late afternoon, early evening drive, and we do have some information coming to us from the Tippecanoe County Sheriff's Office. We were tracking that tornado-warned storm. Obviously, they had the heavy rain, and according to the Sheriff's Office in Tippecanoe County, northwestern part of the area seems to be hardest hit. Trees and power lines down. The worst seems to be Jackson Highway, so that's State Road 26 and Highway 52 near 600 North, and that's near Harrison High School. So if you're familiar with the West Lafayette area, Harrison High School, and not too far from the Purdue campus, we did have a professor of meteorology on that storm, and we'll be following her reports on social media as we head through the rest of today. But that was some of the latest information from the Sheriff's Department out of Tippecanoe County. Let's do the shear rate, and then we'll go and show you. We still have that one tornado-warned storm. And Ashley, if you could let us know, this is set to expire, I believe, at 3:45. We can take you right on through 4 as our news starts at 4. Could take a break and get you to the last 15 minutes of our regular programming. Just let us know that that is set to expire at 3:45. In terms of our shear product. So we still have that tornado warning storm, and that's the storm that caused the damage northwestern sections of Tippecanoe County. So from West Lafayette north and west, that cell is right now over Delphi and Monticello in terms of the tornado warning. The tornado warning is set to expire at 3:45 this afternoon. But as Sean pointed out, within this line, up and down, we have severe thunderstorm warnings from the Michigan border all the way down to the Kentucky border, as he said. And this line of storms within it will at times have damaging wind and at times produce quick rotation, which is the reason we're encouraging you to treat these severe thunderstorm warnings as tornado warnings, because we quickly could get a spin up. I've got a new warning, and then we'll get to radar and do a little more analysis. But this is going to include Kokomo and Howard County until 4:30, northwestern Tipton, and then Frankfort and Clinton County, and then the northwestern sections of Boone County. So yes, take a quick break.
Yeah, we're going to keep, so we're going to stay on 13 plus.
Perfect.
We're going to let 13, we're going to go, 13 goes back to live, we stay 13 plus.
Okay, so we got about 15 minutes of regular programming. We're going to get you that on 13. Stick with us on 13 plus. And then if you're on 13, our news coverage starts at 4 o'clock. Our continuing coverage continues here on WTHR Plus for severe weather. We've got a line of severe storms moving across central Indiana, for now impacting about the western half of the state, but these are moving quickly and will have an impact on the central part of the state between 4 and 5 p.m. and that timing couldn't be worse as we get ready to get the afternoon and evening commute underway. We're going to give you several times of arrival just in case you are east of this line and still have time. I can run a few errands, I can pick the kids up, I can do what I need to do, but then when the storms hit, I want to make sure I'm home. So we want to make sure you know what that time frame is. So we'll go north. There are new severe thunderstorm warnings for these cells east of Lafayette. We have a severe storm over Logansport right now, severe storms pushing east of Lafayette. They're in Crawfordsville right now and headed east into Frankfort and Lebanon next. These storms have a history of damage northwest of Lafayette, out of the Sheriff's Department, out of Tippecanoe County, the northwestern part of that county hard hit with trees and power lines down. And last time we checked with Sean, which we'll do in just a second, there were upwards of 6,000 without power in Tippecanoe County, and we expect power outages to be a real issue. Looks like they're going to go a new tornado warning for that cell just north of Logansport. So this is the storm that we were monitoring, prompted a tornado warning for parts of Tippecanoe County and Carroll counties, and now they're continuing it off to the north and east to include Cass County. So probably need to take a break. We didn't get folks on Channel 13 too much of a break, but we'll stop down here briefly. Don't go anywhere. We're going to join 13 and keep you here on Plus to get you through the next couple of hours. And thanks for sticking with us. I'm meteorologist Angela Buckman, along with meteorologist Sean Ash. Tried to get you back to regular programming for a little bit. That's just going to be tough to do the next couple of hours because of this line of storms. New tornado warning for Cass County until 4:15. We do want to give you a closer view of that storm. It is near Logansport right now, in between Logansport and Rochester. This is the storm that we tracked in Lafayette that did produce some damage. Northwestern corner of Tippecanoe County, lots of trees and power lines down, according to the sheriff's office there. This cell now again showing signs of rotation, and the tornado warned storm is moving just north of Logansport and covering the northern sections of Cass County. Our rotation, we are far from the radar at this point, so we're in the far reaches of our viewing area, but just wanted to make sure you knew that you are under a tornado warning if you are north of Logansport. We'll dive in a little closer. So Royal Center, Fulton, north of Logansport, it's this area here that is now under a tornado warning until 4:15 this afternoon. And it's one of obviously several storms that we're tracking. We go south of that location. Logansport getting hit hard right now with heavy rain and that damaging wind threat, and severe thunderstorm warnings now as far east as Kokomo and Tipton, so Tipton County and Howard counties until 4:30 this afternoon. Let's do a track on this and then we'll check the wind with these cells. Moving off to the northeast, I'm just going to do kind of a rough track between 40 and 50 miles per hour. That puts it into Frankfort just before 4 o'clock, 3:53. So basically overhead the Frankfort area. You can see it approaching the western sections of Clinton County now, so you've got just a couple of minutes to get into the safest part of your home. Into Boone County and Lebanon at 4:13, Kokomo 4:23, along with the Chrysler transmission plant before 4:30, and then Tipton shortly after 4:30. So this is where we expect it to go over the next half hour to 45 minutes, and just be aware you've got just a little bit of time, Kokomo and Tipton, to perhaps finish a couple of errands, get home. Vehicle is never a safe place in storms like this. We will clear that track and go south. Severe thunderstorm warnings also continue for the Greencastle area and south into Linton. These storms are getting close now to the more heavily populated areas of the central part of the state, and storms that will have an impact for the afternoon and evening drive as well. I am going to put a track on this so you can see where these storms are going to go as they push off to the north and east. And these have had a history of damaging wind. On this path, we will track the cells in Greencastle and move them northeast between 40 and 50 miles per hour. So this is where we expect these to go. Danville at 4:15. So Hendricks County, you've got about 10, 20 minutes at the most before these start to impact that county. Avon before 4:30, Brownsburg before 4:30. South of there, these are going to impact Morgan County, so Martinsville and Mooresville before 4:30. Zionsville just after 4:30. And then south into the western sections of Marion County, or I should say western sections of Marion County, the Indianapolis Zoo, which is just west of downtown, before 5 o'clock. So these storms are going to be moving in during the afternoon and evening drive and have a big impact from parts of Hendricks and Boone counties, Morgan County, Hamilton, Marion, and Johnson counties. Those are the areas that are going to be really hit the hardest when we're talking about storms and having an impact on the afternoon and evening drive. These storms extend all the way south. Bloomington, they're not too far away from you. And before we dive into a little more analysis, I will do a track on the southern part of this, just Bloomington and Morgan County, the rest of Monroe and Morgan counties, so you know where these storms are headed. So we will do the leading edge and take this just a little farther south to include you, Bloomington and Morgan County. So Ellettsville 410, Martinsville 421. That will include the IU campus as it moves across Monroe County between now and 4:30. Before 4:30, IU and Bloomington, Mooresville at 424, Lake Lemon around 4:30, then into Johnson County by 4:45. And 5 o'clock. So that just kind of gives you a heads up on where we expect these storms to go over the next hour, and they will have a huge impact on the afternoon and evening drive. We've been monitoring our INDOT cameras, and the visibility really lowers with this heavy rain, and when we're watching the cars drive over the pavement, they're kicking up a lot of water. So visibility is going to be low. Flash flooding, it happens quickly because of the rain coming down so fast. So just be aware, if you don't want to be dealing with this bad weather, you have Not much time. So Hendricks County, they're approaching the county line now. You might want to go ahead and stay put and let these storms move on. Marion County, you've got about a half hour or so before they start to impact you, and then they go north and south of that line, or central Indiana, go north and south, and the same time frame is going to be valid. So between 4 and 4:30 for Hendricks County, before 4:30 for Bloomington, between 4:30 and 5 for a good part of Marion County. These storms have had a history of wind damage, and we will check our wind. This really just kind of helps us show you, without all of the clutter of the radar, where we have some of the stronger wind gusts and still the potential of some rotation. So right now we're in eastern Greene County. Here's Bloomfield, here's Worthington, and we've got some wind spikes showing up here in terms of the rotation detector. And we go north into Cloverdale and Greencastle. This is an area we were highlighting with areas getting hit hard right now. And those wind spikes between Cloverdale and Greencastle crossing and pushing just east of 231 now and headed east. Headed into Brownsburg, Avon, Plainfield, Mooresville, Brooklyn, Adams, Martinsville, south into Gosport and Spencer. So we're giving you a few minutes heads up that these storms are coming in. In terms of north, we're not seeing quite as much as far as that shear detector, but we still have that tornado warned storm. This really is almost out of our viewing area. Logansport, it does not include you. It is Royal Center and northeastern Cass County until 4:15 on that tornado warning. Let's get you back to radar, and I'm going to do a quick check from the National Weather Service. And let's bring this out just a bit so you can see the whole picture of the storms that we're dealing with. Trees down in northern Vigo County, so not surprised there. And obviously that report we got from northwestern Tippecanoe County. And that's really all I'm seeing in terms of wind damage reports. We promised we'd check in with Sean. He's been monitoring the power outages and some of the other in-depth analysis as we get ready to start our 4 o'clock news as well, Sean.
Yeah, and we're over 14,000 Duke customers without power in our state. Not a surprise here. We show you a broad view so you can see how this thing has progressed from Illinois, now approaching the western side of the Indy Metro. Tippecanoe, 10,000 outages. Vigo County, nearing 7,000 outages here. Now, this is just a snapshot. This will continue to update. That northwestern part of the state where we've had the tornado warnings, where we still have that line of storms. Here in Marion County, 400 now. I can tell you by the time we get to 6 o'clock, that'll likely be in the thousands. So that's what's ahead. The line itself continues to move east and northeast, prompting new warnings. In fact, we just got a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that includes Hendricks County, includes western Marion County, and this is happening right on schedule. So that warning will go until 4:45. It eventually will get expanded to include the entire metro area of Indianapolis. Martinsville, Avon, Brownsburg, Plainfield. The line is over Greencastle right now. Severe thunderstorm warning, but I'll tell you, and as Angela has been showing you, we've had pockets of rotation here. So let's dive in on live Doppler 13 radar, give you that close inspection. And you can see where the line is right now. We're getting an update on the scan there. So here's the severe thunderstorm warning. Includes Morgan and Hendricks counties until 4:45. Has a history of near 60-mile-per-hour wind. It has a history of wind damage. I'll give you the latest with this severe thunderstorm warning, and we just got some new storm reports, by the way, out of Park County. 10 to 15-inch diameter trees snapped there. So not a surprise to see that. Severe thunderstorm warning for a potential of 70-mile-per-hour wind. And that's going to be the theme between now and 7:30, 8 o'clock until this thing can get over into Ohio. Moving now, and this is interesting, Angela. So moving east-northeast at 55 miles per hour. So now kind of picking up speed as it gets caught in that low-level wind. This thing is going to zip across the metro in about 60 to 90 minutes. So it is going to hit fast here. By 5 p.m. this thing's going to be sitting over the studios here in downtown Indy. Going to get to West Side first. I want to show you an NDOT camera. This is in Cloverdale. Well, this is actually this is Boone County. This is in the Lebanon Rest area. So I want to show you that one first, and then we'll take you into Cloverdale. So you're going to get hit with very intense rain that will come with 60 to 70 mile per hour wind. So if you want to, right now would be, if this line hasn't hit your area, probably a good time to charge those electronics. You got a little bit of time before it hits you in downtown. Ange, let me do a storm track on this at 55. All right. And so there you go. There's some ETAs. Brownsburg in the next half hour is going to be on top of you. Martinsville at 4:22. Speedway at 4:30. So that'll put it over downtown Indianapolis, probably at about roughly 4:40, give or take. And then the East Siders will get this thing before 5 p.m. as well. IMS 4:32, the Indianapolis Zoo at 4:35. So it is on the way. I don't have the lightning turned on, but we know, and you can see, it is a highly electric storm. So that's the other component with all of this, in addition to the potential for street flooding that will occur. So right now, everything, unfortunately, from a forecast standpoint, playing out as we had envisioned.
And now at 4, you're watching 13 News as our continuing coverage of severe weather moves across central Indiana in the form of a line of storms with heavy rain leading to flash flooding, lots of lightning, a damaging wind threat, 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, and the potential still of a few tornadoes. We've had several tornado warnings so far and numerous severe thunderstorm warnings up and down this line of severe storms. We're going to give you several close-up views. We'll continue to take in damage information. Sean and myself will continue to analyze the radar and get you through what's going to be a fairly rocky couple of hours as this line of storms will move through central Indiana, having a big impact on the afternoon and evening commute. Let's go to the latest warnings, and they will include parts of Marion County south into Bloomington. This is the latest severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Marion County, western sections of the county until 4:45. This will also include Hendricks County until 4:45. Let's go south. New severe thunderstorm warning for Bloomington and Monroe County, Bedford as well, also until 4:45 this afternoon. Easy to see the line of storms that we're tracking, and we want to make sure you have time to prepare to get your family into a safe place ahead of the potential of damaging winds, heavy rain, and tornadoes as we head through the next couple of hours. We will start on the southern extent of this line near the Bloomington area and just west. You still have a few minutes, but not very long as these storms, Sean pointed out, starting to see that uptick in forward motion, now moving east-northeast near 55 miles per hour. On this path, we're going to track this out over the next hour so that you can see where this will go next, to give you some time, if you are east of this line of storms, to take care of the things that you need to take care of if you don't want to be out on the roads when these storms hit. The line of storms is now just east of Linton, and it will be into Ellettsville at 4:15. You've got 15 minutes Ellettsville, you've got 20 minutes Bedford. It'll be into the IU campus before 4:30, thinking 4:20-ish for IU and the Bloomington area. Lake Monroe just before 4:30, and then Columbus. This is a little more heads up down the road, almost an hour away, but it is coming your way and you have a little time to prepare. Get the kids picked up, run a few errands if you don't want to be out dealing with the storms on this Wednesday evening. Let's clear this track and we'll head into the central part of the state. We've got storms now in Greencastle, in Cloverdale, in Crawfordsville, producing very heavy rain, producing that damaging wind threat, and these are all tracking off to the east-northeast. We will put another track on this, again, to give you times of arrival. They are inching closer to the Lebanon area. I will do a quick track on this area. kind of a rough track, not necessarily when the rain will arrive, but just to give you an idea of just how far away or how quickly these are moving in your direction. Danville basically overhead, Lebanon in less than 10 minutes or so, Brownsburg 417, Martinsville 421, Zionsville before 430, western sections of Marion County at 430. We expect this to impact Marion County between say 420 and about 5 o'clock, give or take, and that is terrible timing for the afternoon and evening drive, as we're going to have lots of folks out on area roadways. And stick with us. Our team coverage will include some photographers out in the field. We'll continue to monitor those NDOT cameras, and we continue obviously to monitor radar as well. We are in the northern part of this line. The heavy rain has made its way into Frankfort. It is exiting Crawfordsville and Greencastle shortly, moving off to the northeast. Some times of arrival here, Speedway, and it will continue to make its way toward the Marion area as well. So this will impact areas north of Indianapolis as well, so just be aware. If we still have our Scott Allen out in Boone County and he is in a safe place, we would love to see the current conditions in Boone County to take you outside to show you what we're dealing with as these storms approach the Lebanon area. He is in a safe place, it appears. We just want to make sure that if you're ever out and about and getting pictures, getting video, whatever, that you do it safely and have a way to be in a structure that is safe when these storms do hit. And you can see the darkening skies here in Boone County as the rain is quickly approaching, and we expect this to go from just dark skies, Sean, to reduced visibility because of the heavy rain and the threat of some damaging wind. This area under a severe thunderstorm warning. This is Interstate 65, and you can see, if you're familiar with the Lebanon Bridge here, it does show the dark skies. Heavy rain hasn't arrived yet, but it is close within the next 10 to 15 minutes, Sean.
All right, you got it. Yeah, and that's again, that 65 there at Lebanon. That's along the line here. This whole line from the Michigan border to the Ohio River. So the entire length of our state under a severe thunderstorm warning, at least parts of it here. So we're showing you the shear detector. This is west of Indy. This essentially, if you're not familiar with this particular product, so we can look at radar, what we call radar velocities, and it sometimes it can, in this particular case, can kind of show us where some strong wind is occurring. I'm going to take off the warning just so I can do a pixel query on this near Fillmore and heading toward Coatesville. The radar at that particular height, which is about 1,300 feet off the ground, is picking up on 70-mile-per-hour wind. Whether or not that actually gets down to the surface, we don't know for sure. But what this shear product does is basically cleans a lot of that data up and suggests, hey, this is where we're seeing the strongest wind right now. It may not necessarily be rotation, but it is shear. We just got an update on Duke outages at 16,000. I tell you, the statewide, we're gonna be over 25 before this is done. But so Danville, there's Clayton, there's Hadley, get in a little bit tighter. There's New Winchester, so this is cutting right through, right along 36 and heading toward Danville. So you can expect your wind to be ramping up here in the matter of 10 minutes.
And looks like a new destructive thunderstorm warning, perhaps for Bloomington.
Okay, let's put that back on. And that was an area that was, there you go. So there's the destructive. So basically this is what we were worried about earlier this morning, is that we might get into this kind of situation here. But this has a heightened tag on it. So this means it is very likely Martinsville, Gosport, Bloomington, Ellettsville, Spencer, in that polygon that's flashing, we're going to have wind damage that could exceed 75, 80 miles per hour here. Let me get a path on that. Yeah, hang tight with me here. These are moving quick, by the way. So we're in the 50 to 55 mile per hour range, Angela. I'll do a quick storm track on that. And so, yeah, again, that sticks out like a sore thumb. That's not a surprise, and this is why we suggested treat some of these thunderstorm warnings like a tornado warning. And I'm just going to do a whole track on this, east-northeast at about 55, and there you go. So on IU's campus in the next 15 minutes. Bloomington, same deal there. Brownsburg, 424. And we're still looking at around a 430 ETA for the western side of Marion County. Ballpark 440 downtown before 5 p.m. even for the east siders, because this thing's moving between 50 and 55. So we definitely want you to, again, treat these severe thunderstorm warnings like a tornado warning until this line can move through. And that's what we're seeing with the radar. Wouldn't be shocked, Angela, if we get some additional destructive thunderstorm warnings as well.
Yeah, we may see them transition to those versus the tornado warnings, and may end up with a combination of all three, severe thunderstorm, destructive, and tornado. So it is going to be very busy for us over the next couple of hours. We are about, an hour and a half or so into our live coverage, and we expect this to take us through 6, 7, maybe even 8 o'clock, although the severe threat will be winding down by then as these storms move east. Right where Sean showed you those wind spikes is right where that destructive severe thunderstorm warning was issued. Now you might be thinking, okay, you've done some tracks on these. When is it going to get into the eastern part of the state? When is it going to get to me so maybe I can work around these storms because I don't want to be out driving in them? So this Future Track product will show you it's not bad on the timeline. It's 4 o'clock. We expect it might be delayed by maybe 15 minutes or so as we've got these storms coming into Bloomington and Hendricks County right now between 4 and 4:30, but it's not too far off the timeline. And as we track this off to the east and expect it to move through the central part of the state, here's where I said by 8 o'clock, this is all going to be gone and the severe threat will be over. But between now and 8 o'clock, we're going to have storms. We're going to have storms with wind damage. We got the update from Duke Energy about the power outages. We expect those to climb as well. And remember, with these storms, the reason we want you in the center part of your home is because of that damaging wind threat. Even if it isn't a tornado, we want you in the center part of your home just for falling debris, whether it be trees, if you got a lot of trees in your backyard, or you live near power lines. That's one reason we want you there. And actually, I'm going to bring this up just so I can show you, and we're going to take it slow on the timeline. So there it is at 5:30, and we've been mentioning between 4 and 5 for the central part of the state, and there it is at 5:30. So forward thinking, an hour and 15 minutes or so, it will be pushing east of Kokomo, approaching Muncie, approaching Greenfield. It'll be nearing Shelbyville and Columbus. So if you are east of Indianapolis, you have maybe an hour to take care of a few things before these potentially destructive thunderstorms are going to move in. And then we expect by 6:30, these are going to be into the eastern part of the state and then clearing the state shortly after 7 p.m. So that's just a little extra timeline with Future Track 13, something if you watch us you're used to seeing, and we wanted to make sure that you were aware of that broader timeline. In terms of the threats with these storms, haven't had a lot of hail reports, but it is still a threat at this hour, along with that damaging wind potential in excess of 70 miles per hour. We also still have that rotation threat, and these are new updated graphics from the Storm Prediction Center, including about the northern half of our state for the rest of today. For us, we know that's going to be for the next couple of hours, but that tornado probability still not zero. It's low, but it's not zero, sitting at about 10%. This is the overall severe threat. This was an upgrade we talked about yesterday. And when we encourage you to go into the safe part of your home, that's the lowest level. If you've got a basement, go there. You still can get under a table, use something to protect your head. If you don't have a basement, don't worry. We want you in the center of the home. In this description, it is a bathroom. It's basically the middle, but you can choose a closet, you can choose a bathroom, something to separate yourself with lots of walls and to get away, more importantly, from those windows and those doors. So let's get you back to radar. We want to get you updated on all of the warnings. I am going to start south because of that destructive thunderstorm warning now for parts of Monroe County. So let's go there first. This is the southern part of our area. We'll pick up Bedford and Mitchell. You've got storms now in the western sections of Lawrence County moving in now. Here's that destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Ellettsville, Bloomington, Martinsville, safest part of your home, lowest level away from windows and doors. We want you to treat these warnings as if these storms may produce a 70+ mile/hour winds or may produce a tornado, a quick spin up with little to no warning. While we're here, let's check that wind product, and easy to see where we have these wind spikes. Right now over Gosport, approaching Ellettsville, you've got just a few minutes, Martinsville and Bloomington, before those winds are really going to start to kick up and be a threat over the next half hour, 45 minutes or so. Let's go north of this location, up the line. We still have wind spikes now over Danville, pushing east of Coatesville, approaching Brownsburg. If you were with us during our coverage on streaming or earlier this afternoon, we had Hendricks County in that 4 to 4:30 time frame, and those storms are moving in now with a damaging wind threat. Here is how radar looks, and whew, it is intense. Heavy rain in Coatesville, Danville, up into the Lebanon area. We've got some rain over Brownsburg, and then those winds racing out in advance potentially of the line of heavy rain. And this now not too far away from the western sections of Marion County. So heads up Speedway, heads up Zionsville into Boone County, heads up Whitestown. These are quickly moving off to the east-northeast at about 55 miles/hour. The northern part of the line, these are severe thunderstorm warnings, still showing that curvature to the radar echo approaching Kokomo. So Kokomo, you're probably already feeling the winds kick up a little bit, and we've got some intensification on the southern extent of this. This is southeastern sections of Clinton County. So while we're here, let's check the shear on that and the velocities. It's just a little concerning with the radar, but nothing as far as when we look at red and green close together, we're looking for that little tight couplet. Fairly broad rotation, but you can see from time to time along this line, little red, little green close together, which is the reason these have the potential to quickly spin up a tornado. We want to take you into Lebanon. We were checking this camera just 15 minutes ago. Look how much it has changed. The visibility near zero at this point as we are tracking the heavy rain. This is Interstate 65, and I also want you to look at, as these cars drive by, just how much water they're kicking up. This rain is really coming down fast and heavy, and quickly will cause some issues on area roadways. So this was a pretty dramatic change in just 15 minutes, and that's how the Lebanon area looks. So let's go into Boone County with radar, just so you can see how it that's how it looks outside, and this is how it looks on radar. So be thinking, okay, I'm in Sheridan, I'm in Cicero, I'm in Noblesville, I'm in Broad Ripple or Meridian Hills, or I'm in downtown. I have maybe 15 minutes before those dark skies turn to what we just showed you live in Boone County of the rain really coming down. So that's a concern, along with the damaging wind threat. We've been keeping you updated on the storm reports coming in, and a lot of these have had to do with wind damage, and you can see, or wind gusts, and you can see what's behind the line. All of these little dots, those are all damage reports or wind reports, severe wind reports. So just keep in mind, that's what occurred as this line moved through, and that's what's going to occur as the line now is east of Lafayette, moving through portions of Clinton, Boone, Hendricks counties, south into Monroe County. We can expect an increase in these reports, Sean, and most of them centering around that damaging wind.
Yeah, damaging wind. That's it. Doesn't matter. You know, this thing's is a wall of water being fed by strong wind. We just had a new report just a little bit after 4:01, measured 63-mile-per-hour wind. That will do damage. We've got the power outages that are now in the tens of thousands. Those numbers will continue to go up. And now we're on borrowed time here in the metro area. I can tell you that the radar in terms of wind looks really rough over in Hendricks County and all the way southward into that destructive severe thunderstorm warning. I'm going to take now I don't have the lightning on. We know there's all kinds of lightning with this, but I do want to be able to kind of query some of this data. Radar, and this is giving us a pretty true perspective because that is about 700 feet off the ground, 70-mile-per-hour wind. So we've said this a lot in our coverage today. You should be in your tornado safe spot till this line can move through. That includes Avon, Plainfield, if you live out by the airport, Mooresville, Monrovia. And this is moving east, so it's going to spread right across Marion County. It's going to spread right across Johnson County. So if you're watching us in Greenwood now, Glens Valley, Southport, Center Grove, you're going to be under a warning here momentarily, and we'll continue to see these warnings expand. So all of the metro area will eventually get under a severe thunderstorm warning that will likely have power outages and wind damage with it. And then as we work farther to the south, that is the destructive severe thunderstorm warning. That includes Morgan County, parts of Monroe counties as well, and that goes until 4:45. That's for a heightened risk of 80+ mile-per-hour wind. And it gets that term destructive because, yeah, that's what you can start peeling away, roofs and things like that. And so that's what we're staring down. And the radar is confirming this too, because those darker shades of blue, that's 80+ mile-per-hour wind. And that's about 1,500 feet off the ground, but that wind energy can get transported to the surface here. And they just got a brand new warning. It's going to pop up here momentarily to basically confirm what we were just talking about, which is going to be for the rest of Marion County here. It'll be just a second. Severe thunderstorm warning. And in fact, this is going to be a destructive severe thunderstorm warning to include a sizable portion, well, pretty much all of Indianapolis. So the potential for 80+ mile-per-hour wind, Indianapolis, Speedway, Meridian Hills. And that's what we're seeing. Let me just clean this up a little bit so you can see it. There it is. So Beech Grove, Lawrence, Meridian Hills, and that's why your phone just went off.
Yeah, mine did.
Yeah, that's why your phone went off. So when we get into the destructive severe thunderstorm warnings, that's why the phone goes off, just because of the heightened risks that we're going to have significant wind damage with it. And this, gosh, Angela, I think this is it's definitely the second one of the season, and it might be the third for Indianapolis here. So continuous coverage, can't stress it enough, friends. Center portion, lowest level, away from trees, away from windows. Take your tornado precautions until this can get east of the area. I got to text my daughter's soccer coach real quick.
I'll take it from here.
You got it.
And that's important, and we want to make sure that, which is why we talked about it yesterday, making sure your family, your kids know what is my safety plan if I'm not at home. Because it's summertime, we know there's a lot going on, and how can I keep myself safe? How can I keep my family safe if I'm not at home? I know my safety plan at home. I've got a basement, I've got a bathroom I go to, I got a closet. But if I'm not at home, what do I do? And we tried to encourage you that that was going to be necessary for today, with a lot of these storms coming through during a high impact time. The power outage map continues to go up. We're sitting at 400 in Marion County. We expect this to really ramp up as that destructive thunderstorm moves in. We're going to get to radar in 30 seconds. Now over 12,000 in Tippecanoe County, nearing 5,000 in Greencastle and Putnam County, and nearing 10,000 around Terre Haute and Vigo County. So power outages are a real threat, and that's the reason we want you away from the windows and doors. If you live near trees or we've got debris flying, we want to make sure that there are walls between you and that flying debris. That's why we encourage you to be in the center part of your home. Let's dive into Indianapolis and Marion County. This is where we have the new destructive severe thunderstorm warning for most of the county right now. Meridian Hills, Lawrence, Indianapolis, Beech Grove, Speedway, now all under the destructive severe thunderstorm warning, and this extends back through portions of Hendricks County. I am going to do a track that will follow this warning, and it's a new tornado warning.
Yep, includes Pittsboro and Brownsburg and Whitestown till 4:45.
Okay, so let's, new tornado warning, we will highlight that, and then we'll go kind of do a deep dive on the analysis. That's a tornado warning now for basically a good part of Boone County until 4:45, northern Hendricks as well. So safest part of your home, it's been something we've been talking about all afternoon, even if you aren't under the tornado warnings, because of the atmosphere that's in place can quickly cause these storms to spin up tornadoes with little to no warning. Let's do a deep dive on the analysis in this area. We've got the tornado warning for the Lebanon area, Whitestown, Zionsville, and Brownsburg, and then just south of there, the destructive severe thunderstorm warning for the rest of Hendricks County, now into parts of Marion County. Let's check velocities, and then we'll do that wind graphic. And a little difficult to see. But what we're looking for here is that area of rotation, and it might be easier to see on our shear map. So we'll put that on, and it's going to be basically this spike here that's near Brownsburg, and National Weather Service tracking that off to the north and east. You are now under a tornado warning until 4:45 for Whitestown and Zionsville, an increase in rotation with a storm that is moving across parts of northern Hendricks and southern Boone counties right now. And then west and south of there, let's pick up the destructive severe thunderstorm warning. We've got areas of high wind being picked up in this warning area and in the warning area that includes Martinsville and Bloomington. So they really stand out where we have the cluster of the potential of the most damage, whether it be rotation with a tornado or destructive winds in excess of 70 miles per hour from parts of southern Boone, northern Hendricks, into Marion, back through Morgan and into Monroe counties. Please be in the safest part of your home, and that's the lowest level away from windows and doors. I am going to do some tracks on this to give you a heads up on where we expect these storms to go. Right now, really impacting Ellettsville, Spencer, and Bloomington, and into the Martinsville area as well. We will move this north and east-northeast at about 55 miles per hour. We are getting reports now, the sirens, as expected, going off in Boone County because of that tornado warning. Here is the area south, and then we'll head north into Boone County. This one is moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. It is over Bloomington as expected right now. We expected it just before 4:30, and it is there. Lake Lemon in the next couple of minutes, New Whiteland, so it will move into Johnson County between 4:30 and 5 p.m., and then just after 5 o'clock, Shelbyville. So you've got a little heads up, Shelbyville, on the storm that is headed your way. Let's go back up to the Lebanon area, and these are some live pictures with our photographer who is keeping himself safe at this point. You can see the driving rain here, and he's close enough to a sturdy building that if it would threaten, he would go in. I'm going to pause so you can hear the sirens going off. So this is in the Lebanon area, now under a tornado warning. You can see how low the visibility is with the heavy rain coming down. And now, unfortunately, when we're dealing with this much rain, this heavy rain, it becomes very difficult to spot that area of rotation. Windshield wipers going on full blast at this point, and already lots of standing water. And they were clear at 4 o'clock. They've been dealing with rain and for about the last 15 minutes or so. And you can see perhaps folks, whether they needed gas at this station or not, might be seeking shelter in something a little more sturdy, which we have had coverage most of the afternoon alerting you that a vehicle is never a safe place. And we were just really concerned with the time frame of these storms coming through at rush hour when we've got lots of people out and about, and we can see that, unfortunately. But now that phones are going off in the Lebanon area, hopefully those folks that are on the road can safely get into a sturdy building. It's a real concern with that many people on the roads 4 or 5 o'clock on a Wednesday afternoon and evening. We do have the destructive severe thunderstorm warning. We showed you the path of this one over Bloomington. It'll make its way across parts of Morgan County and then eventually into Johnson County, and then shortly after 5 o'clock be into Shelby County. So be thinking that's where that cell is going to go. Let's dive into Marion and Boone counties, and this area getting particularly hard hit. We've got the tornado warned storm that has developed between Lebanon and Brownsburg, and it is moving northeast toward Whitestown and Zionsville. If it would hold together, heads up Sheridan, Cicero, Noblesville, Carmel and Westfield, and then we've got the destructive severe thunderstorm warning really impacting Brownsburg, Avon, Plainfield, and Mooresville right now, and we expect this one to continue to hold together. We haven't seen any sign of weakening. The atmosphere that's in place will continue to support these destructive thunderstorms. I am going to do a track on this. It'll go off to the east-northeast at 55. It'll be into Speedway. It's basically over Speedway now and Zionsville. It'll be at the zoo before 4:40, into Fishers around 4:45, into Greenfield shortly after 5 o'clock. Anderson shortly after 5, and Muncie just before 5:30. So if you've been with our coverage, we've been trying to map out a little farther in advance to give you some early warning to take care of what you need to take care of, to get that safety plan ready and be ready to put it into action when those warnings are issued. And we still do have a tornado warning for 4:45 and that destructive severe thunderstorm warning in this area being really hard hit from Lebanon to Whitestown to Zionsville, Brownsburg to Avon to Plainfield and Mooresville, and all moving east-northeast. Let's check our shear product, and then before we get back over to Sean, I'm going to check from the National Weather Service. So what we're looking for here, those spikes of wind, and we can see significant ones near Zionsville. We've got a few on the northeast side as well, and then let's head south into that destructive thunderstorm warning, and they're moving east now, so the destructive wind starting to make its way into Morgan County, Brooklyn, Adams, Martinsville, approaching Morgantown as well. So we encourage you to be in the safest part of your home. That's going to be the lowest level away from windows and doors. We've also been monitoring the velocities, and we still have kind of that spike that we're seeing over the Zionsville area. So monitoring that, have you seen anything with the debris detector as far as that cell that's in Boone County?
No, I haven't, not much on that. I will tell you, not a surprise, we've got a bunch of reports out of Hendricks County, power lines and trees snapped. So here's what I was just about to tweet out, and what I recommend is if you are, it's too late already in Brownsburg. We gave you as much heads up as possible, but Meridian Hills, Speedway, Indianapolis, Fishers, Noblesville, Cicero, this whole line, you should be in your safe location. That will be the lowest level, interior portion, away from windows, not in a car, okay? Away from windows, away from trees. Try to get into the center portion. There's going to be trees knocked down. We know that. It's already happened. This thing is going to be on top of the city in the matter of 10, 15 minutes. And it's going to be, by 5 p.m., it should be on the east side of Marion County. The roughest right now is in Hendricks County. It's over top of just to kind of give you an idea of where it is, it's right over the airport, and that's why we're not getting a real good signature on the wind velocities, because it's right over the airport as we speak. So hitting Speedway, and producers, if you get any cameras, let me know. It's on the northwest side of Marion County now. When I say it, the entire line. Now, trying to find the areas of rotation, that's still going to be a little challenging. Still have that tornado warning for the northern portion of Hendricks County into parts of Boone County in the far northwest corner of Marion County. But all of Marion County is under a destructive thunderstorm warning. That's why I said up and down this line, you should be in your safe locations here. This thunderstorm warning goes all the way out to Alexandria and Greenfield. And the storm line itself goes all the way down to the Ohio River. So Bloomington, Bedford, Mitchell, all of Johnson County, you should be in your safe locations until this storm gets on the eastern side of the state. If you are like myself and have a kid that had a soccer practice canceled, they're in the safe location. If they're in the safe location, there's no need to get on the roadways. Let this storm get to the east of the location, and then you can do the pickups or have someone bring them home. But all of Marion County right now, and all of the metro area, you need to be in your safe location. We just had a new thunderstorm warning issued. It includes Shelby and Johnson County. Fully expected that. It's not a destructive thunderstorm warning, but it's a thunderstorm warning with 70-mile-per-hour wind potential. So again, we knew the timing on this was going to be bad. There's never a good time for this, but at the heart of rush hour and at the heart of football practices, soccer practices, camps, pickups, and things like that. This is just happening at a really bad time. Pop that picture. I'm sorry, you said Speedway. Go ahead. Now this is clouds at the track, so we should really keep an eye on that camera because that look is going to change dramatically here in about 10 minutes. Mm-hmm. You're going to see this thing come in just from the west here or the right of your that particular picture, because that camera is looking south into turn 1. Yeah, so we've got 23,000 Duke customers, and let me just real quickly take a look at our tower camera here at the station. And so we're looking south down Meridian on this view. So this, again, in the next 10 minutes is going to be dramatically different as well. So here we are once again, Angela, unfortunately dealing with this is not just a few areas being hit by damaging thunderstorms. This is
all of us.
All of us. We are all in the same boat on this. I can tell you that Terre Haute, behind this line, the severe threat is over. East of the line, that includes Marion, Hartford City, east of the line, you're still in play. This will be in Ohio by 8 o'clock, but we got to go through this stretch run here right now. Let's go ahead, pop it up. If you got NDOT, or I can do it here. Is it NDOT 1? There you go. So that's 65, 865. That's on the northwest side of town there, northwest side of Marion County, I should say.
And you made such a great point about, as a parent, you want to race and get your kids.
You do.
But, getting on the roads right now, it's probably safer to let them sit in a safe place. You be safe as well. Let the storm pass and then go pick them up. It's very similar to during the school year when school buses hold, or schools hold kids because they don't want them on the school buses when we've got severe weather. So very similar to that. If you can just let the storms pass you by, they are moving very quickly. And as expected, the severe weather having a huge impact on this Wednesday afternoon and evening. Let's get you caught up on the warning.
71 mile per hour wind at the airport so far. At the Indianapolis airport.
Oh, wow.
So that's going to knock out power. It's going to knock it.
It is going to knock out power. If you're familiar with Marion County and some of our neighborhoods that have been here a long time, we have big trees, old trees, and trees that can come down when we're talking about 70-mile-per-hour winds. And just out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Michigan and this Michigan Road and 465. So
I'm wondering if that's hydroplane just due to the intense rain.
Yeah, and look how dark it looks.
Yep.
Like it went from day to night, and you've got all these brake lights. You've got very heavy rain coming down, and in any of those areas, and if you're familiar with driving around Indianapolis, sometimes we have those little low areas. Those low areas, when we have rain coming down this hard, quickly flood. and can cause issues like this. So let's go to the west side, over by the airport. Similar. Look how strong the winds are. And Sean said we just ended up with a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust, 71 at the airport. Visibility at basically zero because of the wind coming down. Flashers on. This is why we encouraged people, if you could have left work a few minutes early, if you could stay a few minutes later, and avoid getting on the roads in Marion County during the afternoon and evening drive when we're dealing with scenes like this. It is unfortunate timing for this severe weather to be happening. Let's get you caught up on the radar. We will go south and start in Bloomington. Very heavy rain. Bloomington, Ellettsville. It is now over Lake Lemon. So who's going to be next? Nashville and Brown County between now and 5 o'clock as these storms continue to move off to the east-northeast. We will continue north. Rain really coming down, getting hard hit in eastern Morgan County from Martinsville to Adams, Brooklyn to Mooresville. And let's go north, and we'll stop here, the west side of Marion County Speedway. Sean said it was going to change dramatically. Let's take you back out to our Speedway camera, and wow, the rain really coming down. You can't see basically down the straightaway here. And that's going to be an issue with the rain rates so heavy because of so much moisture in the atmosphere. I know you felt it the last couple of days.
Take our tower camera, because we're getting hit here at the studios right now, and you can really see that thing come through. So I think we might have just lost our tower camera. Yep, I think we lost our tower camera. So we are getting hit here in downtown by the strong, I mean, you can feel it.
Yep.
You can feel it. And typically, yeah, this is live pics downtown. We're taking the brunt. Now keep in mind too, this was already going to have high wind, but you start funneling it through buildings and the wind will actually pick up. It's like putting your finger over a water hose, and it makes it shoot out stronger. Whoever's shooting this, I hope they are in a safe location.
Yes.
I hope they're in. Are they inside shooting out? I hope. So
okay.
Yeah,
careful over the.
I don't want them there. I don't want them there. I'm sorry. I don't want them there. We tell people not to go under the overpass because that wind picks up under the overpass. So I want to protect them. They need to be indoors. Thank you very much. Yeah. It's not a surprise, by the way. There we go. So we got our tower camera back up. Not a surprise that I've had multiple people say, hey, the sirens are going off. Well, they're going off because we are under a destructive severe thunderstorm warning in Indianapolis. And our producer, our early morning producer, Greg, saying that the sirens were going off at Traders Point. And that's because that's where the tornado warning was issued. So we have a couple of different reasons why these warnings are being issued, or the sirens are going off. And I just tweeted out, Ange, and I'll get it back to you on radar, but I basically just said anyone in the metro needs to be in their safe location until this storm, and it's a quick mover. If there's only a little saving grace, you know, by 5:30, this thing is going to be out of downtown, but we're still going to have additional warnings until it gets out of the state here by 8 o'clock.
Yeah,
we're in the teeth of this right now, and I'm telling you, man, it hit right on schedule here, unfortunately, because we've said it enough. It's just such a bad time.
I've worked here 13 years, and I don't think I've ever been here where the building has shook like it did.
Like it just now, yeah. You could feel it, and you could hear it. You could hear it. And
rightfully so, telling our photographer to get into a safer spot, because as Sean pointed out, when you're under an overpass and the wind is funneling through, oftentimes that wind can get even stronger. In terms of warnings, we still have the tornado warned storm for parts of Boone and northern Hendricks counties, the destructive severe thunderstorm warnings for all of Marion County, south into Bloomington, and then up into Morgan County as well. And then in advance, the National Weather Service giving lots of early warning, lots of heads up that these storms are moving in, and you can see the eastern extent of the warnings. We're giving you plenty of time to perhaps get back home and avoid what we are dealing with now in downtown. The building shook. We had 71-mile-per-hour wind gust out at the airport. Wouldn't be surprised if we weren't close to that if not stronger, in downtown Indianapolis. And here's the line of storms from north to south impacting all of central Indiana. Let's go north this time around, and we'll get you first, before we go all the way north, there is that tornado warned storm basically over Whitestown and Zionsville now. The winds are really kicking up in advance of this line of storms. So heads up, western sections of Hamilton County. You're going to be next. Cicero, Noblesville, and Fishers. This is approaching Carmel and Westfield right now. So maybe maybe we can get some INDOT cameras up there into Hamilton County, into this area as the storm clouds are building and the heavy rain is getting ready to move in as well. Let's go north. We have the heavy rain in Peru and Wabash. Who will be next out of this is Marion, Gas City, and Fairmount. We continue to keep an eye on the thunderstorms that are moving across central Indiana. I think we just took a bit of a power hit as well. But that's the reason we have emergency power. And, the reason we test our generator every week.
Yeah.
Right now, Kokomo, Tipton.
Yeah. So the roughest wind right now, Meridian Hills, I think we're in it here downtown, up Mass Ave, Fountain Square, Beech Grove, Southport points east, Angela.
Okay.
Strongest wind.
You hate to see so many people out on the roads, but I know you're leaving work, you've got stuff to do.
Yeah.
Sometimes there's no other option, and we get it. Just make sure if you can avoid perhaps traveling and you are still in advance of this line and you still can make some adjustments to how your evening is going to go. This line will move from west to east in the next hour and a half and should clear the state. Let's take you outside to US 31 and Range Line. So this is in the Carmel area. Heavy rain coming down, wind-driven rain, and the wind spikes with this are intense, topping 70 miles per hour, and that was something that we were talking about earlier today. Live Doppler 13 radar really shows the heart of this line of storms that extends from Kokomo in Tipton, Carmel and Westfield, downtown Indianapolis, into Greenwood, and then south into Bloomington. I am going to do several tracks on this. Before we get there, let's check that wind detector, and we've noticed some spikes, and actually we don't even need this to let you know that we felt it here in downtown Indianapolis. The building shake, and we are in a sturdy building here at 10th and Meridian, and it shook. Some of those wind spikes pushing east of Bloomington, headed into Nashville, and then north of there, we've got a few on the east side, right over downtown as well. And are you seeing something you?
Well, I'm just that camera, pop that camera up, that north Keystone. There you go. Quite a vantage point there.
And they're just now starting to get some of that heavy rain and the real wind picking up. And unfortunately, this goes into a construction zone. So there's bad traffic to begin with, and then you put driving rain, 70 mile per hour winds, and we're now up to 45,000?
4,500.
4,500.
Yeah.
4,500 AES customers, and thousands and thousands of Duke customers, 23,000 Duke. So power outage is a big concern. We've got a lot of mature trees in and around Marion County, and that's a real issue with the storms moving through right now. Here, let's do some tracks, just because this really will give you an idea of timing. How much time do I have before these storms get here? I know it's rough in Kokomo and Tipton. It's rough in Carmel and Westfield and downtown Indianapolis. So where is this going to go after where it is now? These tracks have been really helpful tool this afternoon and this evening, being able to show you how far in advance, and give you a little more heads up as far as the storms coming in and where we expect them to go. The storm itself, actually, we will clear that and start over. So here we are in Kokomo, and Tipton, Noblesville, Fishers, Lawrence. So this will take us all the way through the northeastern sections of Marion County. I'm going to take this out 55 miles per hour or so. It's in Lawrence now. It's basically over Geist as well and Ruoff in the next less than 5 minutes. Anderson, you've got maybe 10 minutes before it's into the central and southern sections of Madison County. Marion at 5:05, Gas City at 5:06, Ball State, so Delaware County, 5:15 give or take for Ball State and Muncie. Then into Hartford City at 5:20, Newcastle 5:25, into Portland at 5:42. If you're familiar with the eastern part of the state, Portland is in the eastern part of the state, so we expect this to clear most of Indiana between 6 and 7 p.m. These are moving quickly. Unfortunately, they are packing a destructive wind in excess of 70 miles per hour.
And Angela, our own Dominic Miranda just hit me up on Twitter. They're being instructed to write great stuff too, 30 to 45 minutes at the field house. They got to stay, they're taking shelter there because they were there for media coverage.
Okay.
So they're being, and I would imagine some other places will be doing that as well until this line can get to the east. I mean, this is just a wall of water and wind that's just ripping right through the metro area, and it's eastbound quickly.
It is eastbound quickly. So on your view, you can see them, the storms into Westfield and Fishers, and Anderson now not too far away. I've got a similar view to show you. You've got a little bit of time, Anderson and Newcastle, before these storms are going to move in, but we're thinking between 5 and 5:30 for areas east now of Indianapolis. Let's track this because, again, it's very helpful just to give you an idea of how much time do I have before this wall of water and wind move in. Westfield and Fishers being impacted now, along with Indianapolis. We'll take this through Johnson County and head out off to the east. It'll be into Franklin at basically now 4:50, so impacting northern Johnson County. Into Greenfield at 5 o'clock, so Greenfield, you've got 10 minutes. So here's Greenfield, here's Anderson. There's the line of storms, 10-15 minutes at the most. And then Shelbyville shortly after 5 o'clock. Newcastle about 5:20, along with Rushville, and then into Connorsville at 5:40. That would put it into the eastern part of the state in the next hour and 20 minutes or so. And we do expect these to move quickly off to the east. Unfortunately, with wind that is doing damage, bringing down trees, bringing down power lines, and thousands now without power, and what appears to be hundreds and thousands of people as well on area roadways because of the afternoon and evening drive. That is a new severe thunderstorm watch. Not surprising. I have a feeling that's going to go for a little longer than what we will need it for. Severe thunderstorm watch, that's going to go until 10 o'clock. These are going to be gone by 7 for most of central Indiana. So let me remove that watch just so it's easier for us to see all of the warnings that are coming in. And
the Boone County Dispatch Center is partially offline right now due to weather.
okay.
Seeing that. So we're probably going to see some weird, funky things like that with this as it moves through. 63 mile per hour wind gust measured at the Indy Executive Airport, and just all kinds of tree reports down in Hendricks County. Those are going to go up around Marion and points east as well.
Yes, and if you are east of Indianapolis, we can give you that heads up that this is a destructive line of thunderstorms, bringing with it 70+ mile per hour winds, flash flooding due to the heavy rain, and visibility near zero if you happen to be out on area roadways. Here's how radar looks from downtown. The heavy rain continues to come down. Indianapolis, Greenwood, approaching Franklin, still raining in Bloomington. Severe thunderstorm warnings have been issued east of this line due to that damaging wind potential. And while we're here, we promised tracks on all of this. So we'll do the southern part of this line that extends. Heavy rain now in Bedford, moving east northeast at about 55, That puts it into Shelbyville. We've mentioned you a few times shortly after 5 o'clock, so you've got 10-15 minutes or so. Shelbyville before you're going to start to feel the winds pick up, if not already, and the rain start to come down. Columbus at about 5:15, Rushville 5:25, North Vernon around 5:30, and Connorsville, we've mentioned you, about 5:45. If that verifies, this is going to exit the state between 6 and 6:30 this evening. Greensburg at about 5:35, give or take a few minutes. So that kind of gives you a heads up on where we have, where the storms are now and where we expect them to go. And let's put some storm reports on, and these will continue to come in. Anywhere west of the line, you can see dozens of reports, and these are all associated with damaging wind, trees and power lines down. We want to take you outside live downtown Indianapolis, and the rain continues to really come down, and the winds have lightened up a little bit, which is good news. We've made sure our photographer is in a safe place to get these pictures, and took shelter really when the strongest winds were coming in. And here in a spot where quickly could get into a sturdy building, but really downtown now we're starting to be on the back side of that damaging wind threat. You can see some standing water. You can see some folks most likely trying to head home from work on this Wednesday evening. Visibility has improved. It'll be interesting to hear from our photographer and some folks in the community what kind of damage. Is it the trees? Is it the power lines? You know, what are we dealing with once it's safe to get out and take a look? Let's go to Interstate 69 and 96th Street. That's also in somewhat of a construction zone. That's one of the NDOT cameras. We've got lots of folks on the road. The camera is shaking. We've got the heavy rain that continues to come down, and this is Interstate 69 and 96th Street. Not sure, but most likely all of that traffic is northbound as folks head out of Marion County, but I can't quite confirm that, but I'm pretty sure that is northbound traffic. And one other thing, all of the spray coming off the cars, hydroplaning becomes a real issue when we've got the rain coming down as hard and fast as it is. Do we have another camera to check before we get back to radar? This is 465 and Keystone. An improvement there a little bit in terms of the backup, and traffic is moving, and this area also now starting to get on the quieter side, somewhat quieter side of this powerful line of storms. But you can also still see up as this goes from the Keystone exit up toward Allisonville. That's where you see all of the brake lights, and that's where we have all the construction. And just from living here a long time, if you're familiar with the area on 465, and I don't know if we have a camera in that location, I feel like it's 56th Street and Fall Creek where there's that little bit of a dip. Sometimes we can get standing water there. So we'll effort that camera as well. This is how radar looks if you are west. The severe threat has ended. This is what's left over. Dozens of reports of wind damage and severe winds. We consider any wind gust at 58 miles per hour or higher severe, and these winds have been gusting up over 70 miles per hour in some. And we're now up to 33,000 Duke customers without power. So let's turn the storm reports off. We'll dive into the central part of this line of storms, and actually let's do our wind product, because this makes it a little easier for me to see the warnings. So that tornado warning was allowed to expire at 4:45. Don't let your guard down. All of these severe thunderstorm warnings, we want you to treat them as tornado warnings, because these storms have produced 70+ mile per hour winds, and we still have the one destructive severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Marion County, although now it's more the eastern side that's getting hit the hardest. Let's turn radar back on, and we'll dive into the central part of this line of storms. So hit hard right now, Noblesville, Fishers, pushing just east of Tipton, east side of Marion County, Greenwood and Franklin. And then who's next? Just around 5 o'clock or shortly thereafter will be Anderson and Shelbyville. And then think 5 to 5:30 for Muncie, Newcastle, and Rushville, and then think 5:30 to 6 for Connorsville and Richmond. If you are west of this line, most likely, perhaps unfortunately assessing a little bit of damage due to the strong and the severe winds. We head north into Wabash, Peru, Logansport. Heads up Marion, a severe storm just to your south, and you are under a severe thunderstorm warning, and additional severe wind coming with the cells coming out of Kokomo, pushing just east of Tipton right now. Heads up Alexandria, Anderson. It is just now approaching 5 p.m. and we want to alert you. The storms will be your way in the next 10 to 15 minutes or so, with the heavy rain and that damaging wind threat. No new tornado warnings at this point, and no new destructive severe thunderstorm warnings right now, but obviously still a significant line of storms that continues to move through parts of central Indiana. Let's take you south into Johnson County. Hit hard now, Greenwood, Franklin, approaching Nineveh. Again, all moving off to the east, so 5 to 5:30 will be more like 5 to 5:15 for Greenfield, and Shelbyville more like 5:30 for you, Hope, as this moves into parts of Bartholomew County. And then south of that location, rain starting to let up a bit over Bloomington. It's now over Nashville and headed into Columbus. Columbus, again, in that time frame of 5 to 5:30, along with Brownstown, still dealing with some steady rain over the Bedford area. But the line of severe storms, unfortunately, as expected, having a big impact on the afternoon and evening drive. I can see one of the cameras looks where we have all the traffic. Is that 1 or 2? Maybe we can pop that one up and we can take a look at that. Perfect. This one is 465 and 71st. Okay, so this is in that construction zone. Obviously, construction ongoing. You can see the line of traffic really in both directions at this point. This area is starting to get out of the heaviest rain, so visibility has improved, and hopefully traffic starts to improve as far as moving through that construction zone. Any updates on power outages or damage?
Yeah, I'll get to power outages in a moment. I did want to just, because I like in these situations, I kind of like to let people know, hey, what's clear, what's not clear. So I've essentially drawn a white line. In terms of severe wind, I'm not saying you're not going to have additional rain or some rumbles of thunder, but downtown Indy and points west. This would include Traders Point. This would include Zionsville, Lebanon, Crawfordsville, done. Now, east of that line, it's a different ballgame. Anderson and Greenfield, Muncie and Newcastle. And time now, 5 o'clock here as 13 News and our severe weather coverage continues here. Martinsville, the worst is over, okay? But east of that line, it will continue. Now, Angela asked about the power outages. And so AES alone, now you're not going to see it on this map as I zoom in. It takes a little while. Just got 27,000 in AES. That's Marion County. That's not a surprise. That number probably going to go up, just FYI. So when I zoom in, you see that 4,000 there in Marion County. That'll take a little time. Usually within 3 or 4 or 5 minutes, it will update. But the idea here is that we have tens of thousands of folks without power. Tippecanoe still at 12,000. And this is a statewide issue, not just a Indianapolis metro issue. 10,000 Vigo County. You can see 5,500 and climbing in Hendricks County. These numbers will definitely continue to go up here. What I want to do is show you the swath of reports. So those are wind reports, some flooding, and then you can see the movement. And we were saying this thing would be in Ohio by 8 o'clock, and that timeline is still very much in play here. So the destructive thunderstorm warning is over. I will tell you, if you're trying to get out now, maybe to go pick up your kids at certain locations, again, depending on your location, Again, the western side of Marion County, you're fine now. The roads are going to be wet, and you may have to navigate through some downed trees depending on your route. Noblesville, Anderson, Alexandria, now including Muncie under this new severe thunderstorm warning that goes until at least 5:45. So we are going to continue to see additional areas of wind damage, and the power outages will continue to climb as well. And this goes all the way down. So Shelbyville now included, Johnson County, there's Bloomington, there's Columbus, Shelbyville, and eventually these warnings, Angela, will go all the way to the state line here. So we are going to have quite a bit. We're not done with the power outages, unfortunately. That is definitely something that's going to continue to go as this line continues. But I guess if there's any saving grace, it is a quick mover. The rain is going to be heavy, but it'll shut down pretty quickly as well. But this was just a wall of water and wind, unfortunately, for us here.
And you brought up another good point as far as getting back out after the storms, navigating where trees are down, and you must treat every power line as if it is live. We can't stress that enough. Trees and power lines down, it can make it difficult. If you come across it and you can find another route, that is honestly the best way to go, even if it takes a little longer, to avoid the trees and power lines that are down. We will get you caught up on the storms and this entire line, as it has really from when they entered the western part of the state around 2:30 this afternoon under severe thunderstorm warnings. We want to highlight the areas that are getting the worst of the weather right now, and we also want to highlight the areas that will get the worst of it next. Bedford to just west of Brownstown, approaching Columbus. So Bloomington, you're now on the quieter side of the line of storms, but they are moving quickly toward Columbus, Brownstown, and Seymour. So I'm going to come out just a bit, and then we'll do a track on this line. These, again, have been really helpful, a really useful tool today to give everyone a little more early warning on the wind and the rain coming in. Moving east-northeast at about 55. So Columbus, that puts it in at about 5:12. So another 10 minutes at the most. So go ahead and get into your safe place. Seymour at 5:17, North Vernon at 5:23, the Honda plant and Greensburg between say 5:35 and 5:45. So we've got about half hour, 40 minutes before it gets into the Greensburg area, and about 10 or 15 before it's into Columbus. And maybe that's a camera we can take at some point, is Interstate 65 near the Columbus area. We'll clear this track and go north. And Johnson County, the eastern sections of Johnson County getting hit with the heavy rain from Nineveh to Franklin to just east of Greenwood, and then the eastern sections of Marion County. It is finally quiet in downtown after about, what would you say, a half hour of the wall of wind and water. It's finally quiet in downtown Indianapolis, but not the case if you are east side. Into Fishers. So Fishers, Lawrence, Castleton, and then the winds are already picking up for you. Shelbyville, most likely Knightstown, and as this moves off to the east-northeast, it'll be into Shelbyville now. Newcastle at 5:24, Rushville just before 5:30, and we mentioned Greensburg in that 5:30 to 5:45 time frame, and the rest of Decatur County. And we'll clear this one and go north as well. What you need to know, these storms have a history of flash flooding with the heavy rain causing some problems, and a history of 70 plus mile per hour winds. Very intense storm over Marion right now. And this is also moving east-northeast, so I'll do a track on this as well. We've got tens of thousands without power, numerous trees and power lines down due to winds that have been in excess of 70 miles per hour. This is kind of a rough track, but this will give you an idea of where we expect the storms. Newcastle, 5:22, Muncie, 5:22, so that gives you about 15 minutes or so. Muncie into Mount Pleasant before 5:30, and then this will take its its way into parts of western Ohio eventually.
Got a little rotation up by Gas City, by the way.
Okay.
By Gas City and Marion.
Let me clear that track. So that was that cell right there that we just pointed out. The intensity, we've got a couple little pockets there, one near Marion and another one just south of Alexandria. And so what Sean is picking up on is this green and red close together, kind of a broad area of rotation, but certainly it does contain some rotation. And then it looks like a few pockets here between Anderson and Alexandria as well. So just a couple things we'll have to keep an eye on in addition to that damaging wind threat. And we've talked about it most of the afternoon, treating these severe thunderstorm warnings like tornado warnings because of the potential for a fast spin up and the fact that 70+ mile/hour wind, that's similar to a low-end tornado as far as what damage can happen with it. Let's check the wind spikes, and we're picking up a few of those wind spikes as well. So just a heads up, if you're in this area from Marion to Alexandria to Anderson, noticing just a little bit of rotation and a couple of the more intense storms, and you can see that now over Marion. That's headed east-northeast toward Bluffton, may impact Hartford City, and then we've got that cell in between Alexandria and Anderson right now, and that will move into the western and northwestern sections of Delaware County. So Daleville, Muncie, Ball State, just kind of keep an eye on this. If you are west now of Indianapolis, the severe threat is over. We continue to eye the eastern third of the state for the next, I'd say, hour, maybe at the most an hour and a half before these storms clear. And the threats so far and what we're seeing, the threats we talked about, the damaging wind, the heavy rain bringing visibility near zero. Unfortunately, all of that happened. And the storm reports, we've got those to prove it. And they are highlighted here, dozens of them. So what you see west, all of these storm reports, if you are east, that's what the line of storms has done. A lot of trees, a lot of power lines down. How many? 43,000 for
Duke.
Duke, okay, Duke, 43,000. So tens of thousands of people now without power. And just be aware, if you are east and you've got a little bit of time to bring in the patio furniture, make sure everything is tied down, bring in the kids' bikes. You still have a little bit of time, but we expect this to clear the state in the next hour to hour and a half. And obviously the intensity continues with severe thunderstorm warnings that really go from north to south, basically from Michigan to Kentucky. And we are right in the middle dealing with the threat of severe weather. So we'll go in close. So that's just out of our viewing area, but still eyeing the intensity of the storm over Marion and Gas City and Fairmount, headed to Hartford City and Bluffton. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue until 5:15, and then we'll go south. Alexandria, that's an intense storm just to your south, so we'll keep a very close watch on that one. It is just north of Anderson and should stay north of Anderson, but right over Alexandria as well. Pendleton, you're into the strong damaging wind threat at this point, and Muncie not too far away. You've got about 10 or 15 minutes. Muncie, Mount Pleasant, Newcastle will be next. Severe thunderstorm warnings, by the way, for Henry and Delaware counties go until 5:45. We expect these to be extended east by the National Weather Service to the state line. That would take us to probably in between 6 and 6:30 on new severe thunderstorm warnings that we anticipate strictly from what we've seen so far. The storms are into Greenfield, Newcastle. You've got about 15 minutes or so. The storms overhead Shelbyville, Rushville. You've got another 20 minutes or so before the storms move in. And these severe thunderstorm warnings for Bartholomew and Shelby counties also go until 5:15, along with the area south for Brown and Jackson counties. Those warnings go until 5:30. So we continue to monitor a line of storms that is impacting all of central Indiana. Came through at a really rough time, having a huge impact on the afternoon and evening drive. And just know, if you are west, the severe threat is over. If you are east of Indianapolis, we've got another hour or so, don't you think, of the severe potential.
Yeah. I think by 6:30, this thing, just based on the speed, this thing is going to be over in Ohio by 6:30 p.m. here. Left in its wake will be a good deal of cleanup. So as we move in here, I'll show you some of these icons. Those are storm reports. Make them a little bit bigger so you can see some of these. But reports of trees down across the metro area. This goes all the way down. Click on a few of these. So there's one in Cumberland. And we probably should have our desk check on this one. It says a tree fallen on 2 vehicles in Cumberland. Hopefully those were unoccupied. That was at 4:53, 2 miles west of Cumberland. There's Warren Park with a measured 67-mile-per-hour gust. There's numerous large trees down around Spring Hill, and you mentioned this multiple times here. So within Marion County, there's a lot of older, very tall, mature trees, and that's probably why we saw a really big spike in the AES outages. So we're going to get a lot of tree damage. That's for Speedway. So a lot of big trees that have been knocked over here, and not only just a few areas, for a large area, because this line stretched from Michigan to Kentucky. So there's that 71-mile-per-hour measured wind gust, and so we still have wind issues. If you're under a severe thunderstorm, even though it may not be a destructive severe thunderstorm, Anderson and Muncie and Alexandria, eventually going to get into Newcastle, you should be in your safe locations. That warning goes until 5:45. Storm report out of Tipton, where very intense rain with that near 70-mile-per-hour wind. Columbus now under a severe thunderstorm warning. Seymour and Brownstown. So just like we were telling folks here around the metro area, if you're in these thunderstorm warnings, you need to be away from trees, away from power lines, because we know that they're going to continue to get knocked down. This was a 70-mile-per-hour estimated wind report there near IU's campus. Here's another one from east-northeast of Martinsville. So a lot of 60 and 70-mile-per-hour either measured or estimated, a lot of those. And that's why we're seeing so many power outages. And these are all the wind reports that encompass this line as it moved through. Again, the worst is over for Marion County in general, and east of this line. So tornado watch can be allowed to expire there for Hendricks, and as well as Putnam counties, Monroe counties, but along and east of this line, Angela, still includes Marion and Hartford City and Muncie and Newcastle and toward the Ohio state line. So we still probably have another, I would say, another hour before we can give an all clear to our viewing area.
Yeah, and unfortunately that all clear will come with damage cleanup and power outages. So if you are east of Indianapolis, maybe make sure that cell phone is plugged in, give you a little extra charge before these storms come in, because in the wake of that line of storms, we have tens of thousands without power right now. And we want to remind you, if you have to be out and about once the storms come to an end and you come across a tree, maybe try to find another way to go. If you come across a power line, you must treat it as a live line. Our Future Track 13 actually did a pretty good job on the placement and arrival times of these thunderstorms, and this is projected at 5 o'clock, and this is pretty close to where we have that line of storms. And as Sean pointed out, we don't expect this to last too much longer. So I will take this out in time, and you can see by 6 p.m. the storms are into the eastern part of the state and clear by 7. So we expect improving weather conditions for us over the next several hours. But just know we continue to deal with that line of storms, and comparing Future Track 13 to where we have the line of storms, almost spot on. From Marion to east of Indianapolis, south to east of Bloomington. We're going to dive in and give you several closer views and continue to do those tracks so that you know where the storms are headed and how much time you have before the storms get to you. So there we are in Columbus and Seymour. The storms are over Brownstown, Nineveh, and Franklin now, and headed to Columbus, Hope, Columbus, Seymour, Hope, North Vernon, and eventually into Greensburg. So we'll do a track on this And then we'll go north of this location, just in case you're north of here and you're thinking, okay, my city isn't on there. We will get to you. So we will do, it's basically over Columbus now. With at the minimum those strong winds, and as this moves off to the east, Seymour heads up. It's coming in now. You've got maybe 5 minutes, but you can see how close it is, and we've had winds racing out in advance of the line of heavy rain, so you're most likely dealing with some impacts from these severe storms. Columbus now, North Vernon at about 5:35, and then Greensburg about 5:45. So we've been highlighting Decatur County in that 5:30 to 6 p.m. time frame, and the 5 to 5:30 time frame for those of you in Columbus and Seymour. And then a little farther east as we continue to track these storms. Let's go north, and we'll just go north along this line. We want to make sure that you're aware of where these storms are headed. They're into Shelbyville right now, Greenfield, Anderson as well. Potential for those 70+ mile-per-hour wind gusts, and you've got a few minutes. Newcastle, Rushville, I'd say in that 5 to 10 minute time frame, and then a little farther down the line we're going to be into that 5:36 time frame, 5:30, 6:30 time frame for Connorsville and Richmond. But let's do a track on these to show you the storms and their progression off to the east, and we'll start this track up near Anderson and take this all the way down through Shelby County. And this will cross the state line in the next hour, provided they continue to move at about 55 miles per hour. Newcastle puts you in that 10 to 15 minute time frame, still looks to be the case, along with Mount Pleasant by 5:30, Rushville around 5:30, Connorsville in that 5:45 to 6 p.m. time frame, along with Richmond, and then these storms will head into the western sections of Ohio. So let's clear that track, and we will go north, and still monitoring that intense cell right over Alexandria. So we'll keep extra watch on this one. It did show a little bit of rotation, so the winds may be spiking just a bit, and that's headed toward Hartford City. Marion, you're now on the backside of the heavy wind, but let's do one more track, and then basically this covers the entire line from north to south. But we'll start this one north of Marion. And Hartford City, I know you've got a little rain already, but this will eventually make its way into western Ohio. Muncie, we've been targeting you between 5:15 and 5:30, so it's getting close. Along with the Ball State campus. Hartford City around 5:30. I know you've got a little rain west of you and approaching now, but the heaviest wind still back to your west toward the Fairmount area. This will also be into Portland just before 6 p.m. So that covers what we have left on this line of thunderstorms. And as I mentioned, Future Track 13 really did a good job. Sean at noon was highlighting this, unfortunately, coming in during the afternoon and evening commute, and that's exactly what happened. Had a big impact. Do we have any cameras south, say 65, maybe around the Columbus area? I know the storms are kind of getting closer to that area. We might also check some of the NDOT cameras along I-74 through parts of Shelby County, and maybe I-70. I-70, always a mess east of Indianapolis, between Indianapolis and Richmond because of construction. Okay, we've got some video or picture video. We're going to pull up some video of some trees down. This is around the downtown area, and this isn't too far from the station, correct? Okay, so that's a fairly large tree down in the middle of the road. So this is what we were saying. If you come across a tree like this and it's completely blocking the road, might be best to turn around and find an alternate route. And then just be aware that if we've got power lines that look like this down, we have to treat those as if they are live. So this, I believe, this is 11th Street, right? In between Meridian and Illinois. So Illinois is the one way going north that you see kind of in the back of the picture there. But this is video of what 70+ mile per hour winds unfortunately can do, bringing down some big trees and some big power lines as well. And we've got tens of thousands without power. And we'll effort some of those cameras. Again, Interstate 65 in Columbus and maybe I-74 near the Shelbyville area, just as we can highlight perhaps those storms coming in, Sean.
Yep, and I was trying to get a camera for you in in Columbus. It doesn't want to cooperate right now. As you mentioned, this is over Columbus right now. We'll show you live Doppler 13 radar. We still have severe thunderstorm warning within a tornado watch. Some communities will sound the tornado sirens based off of that, and that might be why, if you are hearing it. It's hitting I-65 right now. So up and down that stretch, going to be very intense rain and intense wind. Let's see if we're seeing any pockets. Yeah, and there's one right over Columbus now. Now, it's not the strongest wind spike that we've had today, but it may be just enough to cause some damage or some power outages, more power outages here. And you can see we've got 40,000 now AES customers without power, and I suspect that number may go up. You got something, Ange?
Oh, just the 74, that 74 camera, I-74. You can see the wind really kicking up.
Yeah, let's pop that one up. All right, so this is the Shelbyville camera right here. All right, that's I-74. You can kind of see, and this looks a little similar to what we had over downtown when this thing barreled through roughly an hour ago. I'm trying to get my bearings straight here. So we're going to watch this camera. This will definitely change in a big way over the course of the next 15 minutes. Let me show you from a radar perspective why that is. So there you go. In fact, it's going to change less than that. I got my eye on it, but the wind is going to be whipping in here. It comes with a burst of very heavy rain, by the way. And let me show you. The radar is showing the wind over Shelbyville now. So what's happening is that the wind is rushing out and ahead of from the rain itself. Let me take off the warnings, and I'll do a pixel query on some of these the batches here. Now, we're a little bit farther away from the radar, about 1,500 feet. So the radar is showing 45 plus, at least on what we're showing here. A little farther away near Carthage. By that point, the beam was about 2,000 feet off the ground, whereas when it was closer to the radar and we were getting the 70-mile-per-hour wind, we felt very confident. Yeah, much lower scan. We know that it's going to be more realistic, whereas that 65 and 70 farther east, it's tough to say whether or not that's going to get toward the ground here. But you should go ahead and treat it that way right now until we can give you all clear. Severe thunderstorm warnings go almost to the state line. They actually do. So there's Winchester, Ridgeville, there's Lynn, and Farmland. This goes until 6 p.m. So this thing is crossing the state on schedule. I don't have lightning turned on, but we know it has been, does definitely have some strikes with it. And and let me take you back to that Shelbyville camera now. And there you go. So the heavy rain is about to hit. And this has been the theme for today. We've called it a wall of wind and rain, wind and water, however you want to phrase it. Yeah, all right, so this is going to be I-60. We're going to switch over to I-65. This will be south of Columbus. So we're going south the line here. In addition to the wind and the lightning and the burst of rain, we'll get street flooding. Unfortunately, I think a little bit earlier we had some hydroplaning. So if you get caught in this, or if you've got some friends that are out, please let them know that it's going to be moving in quickly. This will be almost east of I-69 now, roughly. And there you go, severe thunderstorm warnings, long line of severe thunderstorm warnings. Bloomington, you're done. Everywhere on the western half of the state, just basically west of I-65, almost done, and getting close to be west of I-69. You can see that new severe thunderstorm watch, tornado watch, all of the metro area, severe threat is done. Yeah, pop it up there, pop it up there. This will be the AES map. These numbers are going to continue cranking up here. 40,000, Angela.
Wow.
40,000. That's just AES. That does not take the tens of thousands that we have across the state. In fact, I can give you a look at what that is. So another 48,000 with Duke. So
Wow.
there you have it. You know, we're going to be staring down almost 100,000 here. We probably are 100,000, close to it. Live Doppler 13 radar, just so you can see the progression of this squall line, and then look at all of those wind reports and damage reports in its wake. So we got more to go. Got about another half hour to 45 minutes, give or take, and then this thing will be done, and then it's going to be Ohio's problem. We'll get over to you, Angela.
And we will take you outside to I-70 in Henry County. Obviously, east of Indianapolis, this is where we have the line of storms, the heavy rain, the damaging wind threat, and you can see reduced visibility makes it very difficult to drive in conditions like this. So this is I-70 in Henry County. So we're east of Indianapolis, approaching the Newcastle area. And just be aware, if you are east, we still have that severe threat for another maybe half hour, 45 minutes, an hour, we think at the most, hour and a half at the most. But just be aware, Sean was doing the math. We're now up to almost 100,000 without power just in Marion County. And the wall of wind and water associated with these storms continues to push off to the east. And we continue to get additional severe thunderstorm warnings. One of the latest that takes it to the state line is because of the cell that's into Delaware County now. So this is quickly overhead Muncie for you. And now severe thunderstorm warning continues off to the east. That will take it to the state line, and that will go until 6 o'clock this evening. We have new warnings for Richmond, Connorsville, Liberty, and Brookville. Those severe thunderstorm warnings will go until 6:30. So the timing still holds. We anticipate the severe threat to be over for us between 6:30 and 7 o'clock tonight. In terms of severe storms now, that threat overhead for you, Seymour, Columbus, and we'll go south. So Brownstown getting hard hit, as well as Seymour and Columbus. Hope the wind's really kicking up and the rain not too far behind if it's not overhead now. You have a little more time, maybe in that 15 to 20 minute time frame for North Vernon and Greensburg as the storms will move off to the east. While we're here, we'll do a track on these. They have a history of bringing down trees and power lines with a 70 plus mile per hour wind. And the track on this, we will take it from Columbus to Brownstown to Seymour, and then off to the east. And so this will put it, and we mentioned in that 5:30 to 5:45 time frame for Greensburg. That looks to verify based on the latest movement. Let's take you outside. We're going to go to Grant County, and then we'll go there with radar in just a second. But this is Interstate 69, I believe you said, in Grant County. And this, again, visibility low. What's important to look at here also, not only the visibility, but the camera shaking quite a bit, and the fact that as these cars pass, they're throwing up so much water because the rain is coming down so heavy that hydroplaning becomes an issue. Visibility is an issue as well, but that's Interstate 69 in Grant County, so that's to the north. And we'll go to the north. So here we are up into Marion and Hartford City. You've got a little bit of time, maybe 15, 20 minutes, Portland, before the storms that are in Hartford City are overhead. You are now under a severe thunderstorm warning. We go south along 27 into Winchester. Winchester, I know you're familiar with Muncie. The storms are there into Muncie and Mount Pleasant. And so another 15, 20 minutes for you before the storms start to head toward 27. There's Cambridge City in just west of Richmond. The storms in Newcastle, Spiceland, Knightstown, and Carthage now, and now tracking east toward Cambridge City and the rest of Wayne County. We're now up over 50,000. And there is the map. And again, if we total all of this up, AES and Duke customers, we're nearing 100,000, if not going over.
155 for the state, 155,000 for the whole state.
155,000 for the whole state.
Yep.
And nearing 100,000 for Marion County alone. Again, we live in a county. If you're in Marion County, they've got a lot of mature trees, and the wind, really, those trees no match for that 70 plus mile per hour wind. Looks like we've got issues on the roads. This is 70 in Harding, if we want to put that up, just in case you've got family coming home from work. And so this is a jackknife semi with a fuel spill. We're at I-70 and Harding. You can see basically that semi is crisscrossing the interstate. Luckily, the weather is improving in this area. Unfortunately, traffic is not. So if you are waiting for someone to come home, just realize we had storms come through at the start of rush hour, and those storms had a huge impact on travel times, and that's just going to unfortunately be the case. Let's come out to a bigger view on radar to show you that we are clear. If you western 2/3 of the state is clear. Eastern third of the state, we're still eyeing this line of storms that's pushing east of Marion. It's into Muncie right now, south to Shelbyville, into Brownstown, and all of this is tracking off to the east. So heads up Portland, Winchester, Cambridge City, Richmond, Connorsville, Liberty, and Brookville. You still have this to come, and what I can tell you as it moved through here, the building here at 10th and Meridian shook. We could hear the rain. The rain was blinding because it was so heavy, and that's what's coming your way in the next half hour to 45 minutes or so before we can clear this, before we can clear the storms. We've got some other damage video to share with you. I believe this is coming out of Hamilton County, and the sign, this IU Health sign, no match for the wind as well. Off it goes. And you know, when we talk about telling you to treat storms, in particular today, like tornado warnings, it's because of things like this, debris like this, that basically becomes flying projectiles, and obviously can injure you. It can do damage, and this is some coming in from Hamilton County near IU Health. The sign really no match for 70+ mile/hour winds. And really, that's the reason we tell you to go inside and put walls in between you and the outside and stay away from windows and doors, is because of debris like that. This is how radar looks right now. We'll give you some closer views as the storms really enter now the eastern part of the state and continue to have a big impact on this Wednesday evening. Let's go north this time. So up toward Marion, Hartford City getting hard hit, Muncie, Mount Pleasant, so Portland, Winchester in the next 15 minutes to a half hour or so at the most. This is going to be overhead, so we encourage you to go ahead, get into the safe part of your home, let these storms pass you by. Just some of the video we've shown you so far, big trees down and debris because of the strong winds. Getting hit hard now, Newcastle. We've got a strengthening cell just north of you, Rushville. And that's northern sections of Rush County. We took another little power hit, so if I'm jumpy, that's why. Let's come back out to the Shelbyville area. I suppose we might be going back off generator, or we just took another power hit. Not sure. Shelbyville, Hope, Columbus, the heavy rain is overhead, and Rushville, Greensburg, be prepared. It's coming your way. Again, targeting that 5:30, 5:40, more like 5:45, 5:50 time frame, especially for the Greensburg area. It's 5:35, so you've got another 10, 15 minutes. And then as we go south, really getting hit now, Columbus, Seymour, and North Vernon, heads up. You're going to be in that same time frame as Greensburg, so 5:45. And Duke now reporting just under 60,000 without power. Those numbers are going to continue to climb. And we want to alert you, if you're in the eastern part of the state, Brookville, Connorsville, warnings for you will go until 6:30. So that's an indication we expect the storms, and the National Weather Service does as well, to clear the state in the next 45 minutes to an hour. But it's unfortunate to see how many storm reports we have coming in and how many power outages we have. And they're numerous. Dozens and dozens.
Everywhere.
They're everywhere. You are right, Sean. They are everywhere in the path of this line of storms, dealing with some kind of wind damage. And and unfortunately the cleanup will be underway. We have had some pictures and video of some big trees down in downtown Indianapolis. We want to make sure that you're aware that if power lines down are in your community, you must treat them as live. We don't want anyone to get injured on a night like tonight when hopefully we've prepared you enough and warned you enough that these storms were coming in. But the power outages, that's a real issue, and traffic. I want to take you to a couple of cameras and then we'll get back over to Sean. You can go either Newcastle or the Harding Street, either one first, and then we'll make sure we get both of them in. Dot 1 first. So this is going to be I-70, I believe, and Harding. This is where we have the jackknife semi with a fuel leak, and traffic really slow in both directions at this point, and the semi still blocking a good part of the I-70 and the Harding exit here. And then let's go, this is Newcastle. So this is I-70 and State Road 3. In Newcastle, visibility is low because of the heavy rain and the strong winds. Traffic is moving in this area. Traffic is relatively light in that area, but visibility is definitely low because of the rain, Sean.
Yep, and we've got, I mean, basically north, south, east, west along this line, power outages and trees. I just checked for the entire state, 175,000. Marion County, which is AES, 51,000. And as you look at my map there, a couple of things I want to point out. Again, behind that line, the threat of severe weather is over. Even though the tornado watch is still technically in place, the threat's done. This will be on the Ohio line coming up the top of the hour. Winchester, Richmond, Connorsville. You're next. I can tell you it has a history of wind damage. All of these icons are mostly going to be wind and wind reports, wind damage. We did get some hail with it briefly out of Delaware County near Alexandria. Some of it was near Golf Ball, by the way. But most of this has just been a tropical wind maker. What I mean by that, just very heavy rain and wind with this. But these are all the wind reports. And it's no surprise that we have over 170,000+ people without power, or customers, I should say, without power here in the state. And that is the trend. So severe thunderstorm warnings continue. Want to dive in and give you the latest on this. Columbus, the worst now just about over for you. And let's turn on our shear rate just so we can see the wind spikes and where they are. Heading toward Williamstown and Richland, and then as we move up, that's a long stretch. When we see it stretched out like that, long, that means we're definitely going to get some new wind reports. So Hagerstown, Cambridge City, Bentonville, Connorsville, you're in the path of this, and Richmond, Economy, Fountain City, Farmland. This is all moving your way, and there's going to be some pockets of 70+ mile-per-hour wind. So unfortunately, we're not done with tree damage. We're not done with power lines getting snapped, and we're not done with power outages. Those numbers will continue to go up until this gets out of our state here. Now we're up to 60,000 Duke customers. And so this, the trend has been 50+ mile per hour. We're going to do a track on this whole line here. Move it east at 50, 55. And so there you go. Portland before the top of the hour, Brookville 6:32, Richmond right around 6 p.m. So that's when it's going to get over your area, maybe a little bit sooner, give or take on some of these times here. So that's what's going on with this. Worst in terms of the, the severe threats over, I mentioned for the metro area. Unfortunately, the cleanup's not. We've got trees down, so depending on where you're going to try to go here this evening, you may get blocked by some of these trees. And I was just checking the storm reports, Angela. Let me see. We are getting reports, Delaware County, numerous trees down in Delaware County. 18 diameter trees down in Bartholomew County. So This is, we've got a long line of damage reports with this thing.
Yeah, and not surprising when we're dealing with 70+ mile per hour winds. I said it when the storms came through downtown. I worked here 13 years in this building and never had the building shake, and it shook. So not surprising, we've got trees down in and around downtown. And based on storm reports, we've got severe wind reports, we've got wind damage reports, and do we have a picture of that? Okay. We're going to effort a picture of some of that hail that Sean mentioned coming out of Alexandria. And that really was one of the only big hail reports we got. A lot of this had to deal with, really was centered around the damaging wind. But this is how radar looks right now. We are not completely clear in terms of our viewing area. I know we are clear west of Indianapolis, and that's the good news on this Wednesday evening. These storms did move relatively fast off to the east, unfortunately leaving behind dozens and dozens of damage reports. So here we are in Hartford City. If that storm that moved through Alexandria still producing some hail, it's going to be with this kind of purpley color, which is just northeast of Hartford City. So think northeastern sections of Blackford County if it is still producing some hail. And heads up, Portland, this is coming your way. You've got just about, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes or so, Portland south to Winchester before these storms move in. Heavy rain from Hartford City south through Muncie, Mount Pleasant, Newcastle, Cambridge City. Perhaps another little hail core here northeast of Rushville. So don't be surprised if you have a little bit of hail in the northeastern sections of Rush County. And then these storms headed into Economy, Cambridge City, Richmond, and Connorsville. Liberty, you will be after that as all of these move off to the east. And always concerned when we get this little curvature to the radar echo. Southern Rush County, northern half of Decatur County, perhaps wind increasing. And we've had 70+ mile per hour winds so far, and that's going to be a real concern here between Rushville and Greensburg. So heads up in those communities, and let's give you an even closer view. So Adams and Richland, just be aware, winds may be increasing a bit with this one, and that's going to eventually head toward Connorsville and Brookville. We do have the hail pictures coming out of Madison County. Big thank you, Debbie, for sending us this. At times near Alexandria, we're getting reports that these hailstones reached golf ball size. And this was really one of the only hail reports we've gotten so far. A lot of our reports center around the damaging wind. So Debbie, thank you so much for taking the time to send us that picture of some of the hail in Madison County. Let's continue to track south. Greensburg into North Vernon. The storms are approaching. Heavy rain still in Seymour, but you're getting a break now. Columbus and almost out of it, Hope. And this will continue to move off to the north and east. And this will be the end of our severe threat as we head into the afternoon and evening hours. And hopefully you've been with us during our coverage. We've made it to a Wednesday evening. On Monday, we were highlighting today for that severe potential weather impact alert day. And we're already highlighting the upcoming weekend and early next week for a different weather reason, and that will be the heat. And that was AES, Riley. 62,000 now with AES. So those power outage numbers continue to climb, unfortunately, because of the destructive thunderstorms that moved through central Indiana today. Those severe thunderstorm warnings for the eastern part of the state, those will include parts of Randolph County into Wayne County, into Fayette and Union, and then south into Franklin. So eastern part of the state, finally, the storms have moved in. I'm sure you were hoping they would weaken somewhat. Unfortunately, not the case. The storms extend from Fort Wayne to west of Cincinnati, and they will continue to push off to the east. Parts of eastern Indiana and portions of Ohio, a good part of that state, in fact, now under a severe thunderstorm watch until 10 o'clock tonight. We will see our severe threat end here in the next hour at the most. In terms of the storms, right now, They are in Hartford City, nearing Portland, in Mount Pleasant, headed into Winchester. Again, Winchester, most likely, winds have kicked up in advance of this line of storms. They're now over Economy and Cambridge City, heads up Richmond, moving quickly your way. These storms continue to move at about 50 miles per hour. They'll impact Connorsville and Liberty in the eastern part of the state. Right now, those storms are over Rushville and Adams, Greensburg and North Vernon and Seymour. So we've pretty much seen the line of storms now make its way into the eastern part of the state. And Riley, feel free to re-rack any of that video or take us live. It looks like I've got a camera. Is that still in Newcastle, State Road 3 and 70? The rain continues to come down east of Indiana. This one's in Richmond. Okay, so let's take you live out there, and then maybe we can get that wind damage from the trees down in Marion County. So this is 69. This is Interstate 69 near State Road 18. So rain not really an impact at this point, but be aware all of this, that line of rain and storms continues to move east. This is Richmond, I-70 and State Road 1. Obviously, rain starting to come in. The winds continue to pick up. So eastern part of our state, if you're anywhere from Portland to Winchester, Richmond and Cambridge City, Economy 2, south to Connorsville, Liberty, and Brookville, the storms that are on the map now continue to push off to the east. We have tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands now without power. In fact, over 100,000 just in Marion County alone. So power outages are going to be an issue. We need to continue to be patient and let the crews get out there, get the power lines fixed or power back on, what have you. And the debris cleanup really is just beginning. We want to take you to Meridian and 12th. I think I misspoke earlier and thought this was 11th, but this is actually 12th Street. But that is Illinois, the one-way in kind of the back of the picture there. And these are some big trees crossing 12th Street in between Meridian and Illinois. And this is what we're seeing from all of the reports coming in from the National Weather Service. This is the type of cleanup that is going to be underway. Big trees that came down with those 70+ mile-per-hour winds, and still some lingering standing water because of flash flooding. And just want to encourage you, especially if you are in that cleanup mode, any power lines down, until power companies get there, until crews get there, we have to treat those as if they are live power lines. We don't want anyone injured. And then if you are east, you need to be prepared for some of the scenes that we just showed you. Big trees coming down because of the severe winds. These extend from Portland and Winchester, Richmond, all the way south through Brookville. That's where this line of storms will go. And I'm going to give you several closer views. And we will go first to Portland, and a little more of this purple showing up. And when we had that over Madison County, those cells did produce some hail, so that can't be ruled out at this point. Portland approaching now. Winchester, the winds are picking up and the heavy rain is moving in as well. We go south. It's over Hagerstown, Cambridge City, Economy, and headed into Richmond and the rest of Wayne County. And then we head south from this location, and we're right over Greensburg and North Vernon, so in the southeastern sections of our viewing area right now, with the intensity over Rushville, Greensburg, and North Vernon. Let's check velocities just while we're here. Always concerns me a little bit when we get a cell kind of on its own, and that's in the northeastern sections of Jennings County. And a little spike here, not a very tight rotation, but a little bit of rotation with that storm just to the northeast of North Vernon. So that's going to be northeastern sections of Jennings County. Might just be an indication of some stronger winds picking up as well, because we can see the brightness of the storm wind at this point. Other than that, we'll check one more thing. Okay, 62,000 AES. We'll show that outage map real quick. And this covers just Marion County. And wow, you can really you can see how hard hit again, we live in a county with lots of mature trees, and so it's not surprising. And this is something we talked about when these storms moved into the western part of the state.
Yeah, and for the state up to 186,000, and you mentioned trees here. This was sent to me on Twitter. That's Delaware Street near 20th, and look at that big thing. So that's just one snapshot within Marion County. And within the viewing area, we know that there is just a swath of trees down like this, power poles snapped at times, and just let's get rid of this thing and get it out of the state. And we're not far from that. We're getting closer, as you mentioned. This is just the map, and again, keep in mind it's going to take some time to accumulate, populate, but this just shows you all of the outages. So we're still going to get more outages in far eastern Indiana as the line is still impacting parts of far eastern Indiana, almost on the Ohio state line. We were thinking right around 6 o'clock, and that still looks like it's going to hold true here. But look, pop it up. This will be I-65 in St. Clair. And yeah, on the back side of this, you can start to see the sun peeking out. And that's a little hint of what's on the way for tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be a completely different day. It's going to be less humid is an understatement, because we were as tropical as we get around here today. And to get to that less humid air, this was the price that we had to pay. So the squall line continues moving east at about 55 miles per hour. I've got storm reports on this just so you can see how this thing is moved, where it is now over Greensburg, North Vernon, about to hit Brookville, Connorsville in the path of this. It's 5 minutes before it's over you. And then as you go into Richmond, and speaking of Greensburg, let's get you there. This is I-74 there. Within that very heavy rain. So we've got another, we're almost done with this in our viewing area, but you can see the backups there. And even though we're done with the storm in terms of the severe threat in the metro area, it's going to be the cleanup. It's going to be trying to get these trees off the roadways, and that's going to be quite a task here. Yeah, go ahead, pop it up. Let's see what you got there with the video in Putnam County. Yeah, so this is essentially, Angela, this is the scene that has played out all along this line. Sometimes with these squall lines, it might just be a couple of areas, and we had a feeling, had a hunch today that, man, the wind field, this was a different setup. We had all that tropical air, and the low-level wind field was just screaming across us, and that was just a nasty combination. And that's why it was a widespread wind issue and not just a few areas here. And not only our whole viewing area, the whole state, whole state impacted by this thing. And that's why you're seeing those very high power outage numbers.
And the numerous storm reports on your map as well. So a tremendous area, large area impacted because of severe storms on this Wednesday afternoon and evening. If there is some good news, we are winding down that severe threat if you are west of this line. However, the eastern part of our state will be hard hit between now and say 6:30, 6:45 before we can completely get rid of the severe threat for central Indiana. So I do want to take you into the eastern part of the state and show you where the storms are. And last time we saw some of this purple show up, we did get some hail reports out of Madison County. So heads up for you, Portland and Winchester. These storms moving quickly off to the east, northeast, and almost to the Ohio state line. But you're going to be dealing with that severe threat for another 10, 15 minutes or so. And then to the south, Cambridge City economy, the storms almost to the Richmond area and almost to Connorsville. Most likely the winds are picking up. You can feel it, you can see it. And Connorsville and Liberty south along 27 will be hit hard in the next half hour or so. Rushville getting hit hard now. and Cambridge City, and then south into Greensburg. This was an area that we were watching coming out of North Vernon. Just a little bit of rotation with this cell south of Greensburg and northeast of North Vernon. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue, and this will move out of our viewing area into basically the Cincinnati coverage area, but we'll keep an eye on it. And then south to basically North Vernon. So we go as far south as North Vernon, and you've got another 15-20 minutes of the strong damaging wind, the heavy rain before this completely clears the state, and we expect that to happen in the next half hour to 45 minutes. This was an intense line of storms, and in fact, let's do a lapse on this. So Sean and I started our coverage at about 2:30, and it is almost 6 o'clock. So if we put this into motion, well, I have that going way too slow. That will take forever. Let me speed that up just a little bit. Okay, so on that path, you can see the movement of what we dealt with. A couple of tornado warnings, had a couple of destructive severe thunderstorm warnings, and had dozens of severe thunderstorm warnings all along this line. This is the reason for our continuing coverage on Channel 13, streaming on WTHR+. We hope to get in a little news for you today, coming up at 6 o'clock, and that is what we're going to do. And we'll be covering the severe storms, and we will be covering the news of the day coming up at 6. But this is a time lapse of what we dealt with over the last almost 4 hours. This is a 4-hour time lapse. The storms entered our state at about 2:30 when our coverage started, and this is what we've contended with. And unfortunately, a lot of cleanup. We saw those pictures come in from the Putnam County area, and numerous scenes like that all across central Indiana because of the severe storms. So Sean, before we get over to news, I can give you about 30 seconds, or I can just take it. You want 30 seconds, and then I will take it from there.
You got it. Yeah. And what I was going to do too is just kind of look back here.
Yeah.
I've got a little bit of a longer one. This is a 5-hour sequence, and you'll see how things started to happen here around 2 o'clock, right on cue, 2:30 on the Illinois-Indiana border, okay? And you can see all the warnings. We had a few tornado warnings. There was some embedded rotation. Majority of this was wind and wind damage. Got into the metro, ballpark for 4:30 on the western side, and then blasted through the Indianapolis metro area and really the entire state. And then we set the stage, and voila, boom, there we are, current time in its wake, Angela. Numerous, almost 200,000 statewide power outages and all those storm reports.
And that storm report map really tells the story. This wasn't an isolated event. This impacted all of central Indiana from about 2:30 this afternoon to we are approaching 6 o'clock on a Wednesday evening. We still have that line of thunderstorms reaching severe limits, so we're not going to go anywhere. We are going to get a little news of the day in coming up here at 6 o'clock, but we want to make sure you're aware of the severe storms that continue across central Indiana. Sean mentioned it. We're nearing 200,000 without power on this Wednesday evening because of severe storms, and that threat of severe weather will continue for another half hour, 45 minutes before we completely give you the all clear. Thanks for joining our coverage, and stay with us as 13 News at 6 continues now as severe weather continues to move across the eastern part of our state. In its wake of this line of storms, hundreds of thousands without power, cleanup underway with trees and power lines down, and we still have some severe thunderstorm warnings. I do want to show you where those severe thunderstorm warnings continue. They're in our eastern viewing area from Portland to Winchester. This is south along 27. Damaging wind threat, a hail threat with these, along with the blinding heavy rain that we've been dealing with. South of there into Wayne County, we have heavy rain in Richmond. Still the threat of severe weather as these storms head to Richmond, into Connorsville and Liberty. We're not expecting this line of storms to completely clear the state until about 6:30. We head south to Greensburg into North Vernon. Severe thunderstorm threat continues for Decatur and Jennings counties for the next half hour before these storms exit. It was a busy afternoon as we tracked a line of severe storms, and the storm report map tells the story. Dozens and dozens of wind damage and severe wind reports. Ann and Scott, it was a busy afternoon. Luckily, the severe threat will be coming to an end in the next half hour, 45 minutes.
All right, that's certainly good news. Angela, you and Sean have been doing a fantastic job over the last several hours, and we want to let our viewers know that you can stay updated on this weather impact alert day
by going to WTHR Plus. If you don't have that app, you can download it and follow Live Doppler 13 radar. You can stream in-depth forecasts and watch our extended weather coverage. All you have to do is download it on your TV and stream it. It is free. Hear that? You might think you know what it is, but actually that sound is not gunfire.
But that sound is causing panic in one Indianapolis community. People there aren't just worried about the noise, safety is also a concern.
And tonight, as Jenny Runovich reports, they're asking IMPD to step in and take action.
This is Minnesota Street on a good day. Now listen to a bad day. That terrifying sound is coming from that car.
It sounds like gunshot. Kind of almost makes us feel like we're in a war zone.
Neighbors hear it almost daily. Car mufflers that mimic the sound of gunfire. An exhaust modification called burble tune or straight piping. And noise is just part of the problem. Neighbors say their street is being treated like a drag strip. Drivers speeding way above the 30-mile-an-hour limit.
Well, my next door neighbors, they have a daughter with special needs. Well, there's a prime example. You can't even carry on a conversation, but has special needs. And
the speeds, the sounds have neighbors fed up.
It's making a humongous boom. A bomb goes off. You know, it's really loud and obnoxious.
It's not just obnoxious. Police say what's happening on this street is illegal.
There is a state code that actually governs excessive noise when it comes to a muffler. You have to have a muffler that's in good working order and doesn't produce that sort of excessive noise that could be alarming to the public. I mean, we're not lost on the fact that that sounds like gunshots. I mean, that would alarm anybody sitting within the comfort of their home.
IMPD now asking neighbors to send them videos if it's captured on camera, to call the traffic unit so they can boost patrols and issue tickets. For now, people here are frustrated.
Almost gives me a heart attack every time.
By tricked out cars triggering fear. In Indianapolis, Jenny Runovich, 13 News.
Tonight we're hearing from the latest city-county councilor to call for Mayor Joe Hogsett to resign.
The councilor Joshua Bain is one of 4 who now are publicly calling on Indianapolis Mayor Joe Hogsett to step down. During a committee meeting last night, a proposal that passed to allocate up to $300,000 to cover legal fees tied to the harassment investigation of the mayor's former chief of staff, Thomas Cook.
So during last night's meeting, Councilor Krista Carlino became the 4th person to call for the mayor's resignation. She also called for the resignation of the president and vice president of the city-county councilor. Councilor Bain says there's no trust from the community toward the council.
They can't trust them to fix roads, they can't trust them to tackle crime, they can't trust them for economic development, to bring jobs to our community. Our population is in decline. Every township in Marion County has lost population for years in a row. People are telling us they don't want to live here, and people are telling us they don't want to work here. And we add this on top of it. You know, what's left? Why would someone move to Indianapolis? Why would someone want to work in Indianapolis?
Mayor Hogsett issued a statement saying he will not step down.
Council President Bob Osley says he is disturbed by the accusations that Vice President Brown says she's had no involvement in defining the scope of the investigative committee. We have those linked to for you to read on our website right now. You can head there at WTHR.com. Other news now, a man who went to prison for a drunk driving crash that killed a bicyclist is now charged in 2 new cases of driving while intoxicated here in central Indiana.
Those 2 incidents took place within the past 7 weeks. We've got our Rich Nye, who's been looking into the court records of Timothy Hughes and the new trouble that he faces. Rich?
So we're going to go back 10 years, and that's when Timothy Hughes was 17 years old. He admitted to driving drunk in a fatal crash with 2 bicyclists in Hancock County. Hughes was convicted in adult court. And now police say he is drinking and driving again, and tonight he's free on bond. This map shows the alleged drunk driving history of 27-year-old Timothy Hughes. A Henry County deputy pulled Hughes over on Monday morning about 6:30 for allegedly driving erratically on State Road 3 after exiting Interstate 70. Court records say his breathalyzer test registered almost 3.5 times the legal limit. Hughes allegedly became belligerent during a blood draw at the hospital, yelling, "F you, F the police, F all y'all. I know I'm going back to prison." Hughes was driving this week on a suspended license after his arrest for drunk driving in Hamilton County on May 1st. In that case, Cicero police pulled over Hughes and tested his blood alcohol content more than 3 times the legal limit. These new charges come nearly 10 years after Hughes was driving drunk as a teenager and hit 2 22-year-old women on bicycles near New Palestine. Carla McLeod died. Her cousin Amanda Wheeler was seriously injured. Hughes was charged as an adult. He took a plea deal with a 9.5-year sentence. DOC records indicate he was released in 2020. The previous conviction elevates the charges Hughes faces in Henry County and Hamilton County to felonies.
Our law enforcement officers are very well trained in these investigations, and we like to think that we prosecute them as seriously as anybody in the state, if not the country.
Hughes is free on bail in both new cases, but Hamilton County has asked the judge to revoke bond.
This pattern of behavior is very concerning for us, for the safety of the community, for the safety of Mr. Hughes, and he is clearly someone who should not be out, who should not be driving.
The Hamilton County Chief Deputy Prosecutor told me that they have already been contacted by Amanda Wheeler. She's the woman who survived that crash. In fact, Amanda contacted me with a text message late this afternoon. She's understandably concerned about the status and where these new charges go in both of these counties.
Yeah, we can understand her concern.
Sure.
All right, Rach, thanks so much. Now to an important recall alert tonight for a product that's made right here in Indianapolis.
Fresh Realm is recalling chicken fettuccine Alfredo products that may be linked to a listeria outbreak. So we want to show you what the packages look like. They were sold under the Market Side and Home Chef brands at Walmart and Kroger stores across the country.
So far, this outbreak is linked to 17 illnesses across 13 states. That includes 3 deaths and 1 pregnancy loss. So if you have these products, throw them out. You can also return them to the store where you bought them. Now, we did reach out to Fresh Realm for more details about those illnesses.
They tell us while the meals are not confirmed as the cause of the outbreak, they have stopped producing them out of, quote, an abundance of caution. USA Swimming has announced its team for the World Aquatics Junior Championships, and congratulations to 4 Indiana swimmers named to the team and making the trip to Romania coming in August. 3 are from Carmel. Molly Sweeney will compete in the 200 IM, William Allen in the 4x200 free relay, and Yi Zing in the 400 IM. Julie Mishner, who's from Milford, will be part of the 4x100 free relay. So congratulations to all of the Indiana swimmers.
Still ahead tonight, fighting fever.
After several clashes on the court last night, what the team says led to a very fiery game.
But first, getting a ride with Indigo could get more expensive.
We have community reaction to those proposed fare hikes. It's next. Angela?
Emory, severe storms moving through the eastern part of the state right now, and we go from storms to high heat in the 7-day.
Right now, Indigo is taking public comment on a prepare policy proposal.
So this proposal would increase prices beginning January 1st. Under the proposal, regular fares would go up $1 to $2.75. Indigo Access rides within the ADA area would go up $2 to $5.50.
Trips in the premium area go up to $11 and same-day trips would be $15. Indigo says the fare increases would help pay for upgrades that include modernizing the fare collection system.
Severe storms bringing down trees and power lines. Luckily, they're moving out, but the cleanup just underway.
And it's still the talker today, that fiery night for the Fever.
We'll break down what led to that fight and what players and coaches are saying.
If you didn't miss it, here it is. And if you did see it, here's the replay from last night's Fever game, ending in a baseline scuffle between Sophie Cunningham and members of the Connecticut Sun.
But the drama actually started earlier in the game with some hard fouls and several technicals. The game quickly got out of hand. The Fever blame it on bad officiating.
Samantha Johnson today breaks down what happened after hearing from women close to the team.
Tuesday night in Indianapolis, it was the play heard round the league.
Oh, and Marina Mabry's going to get ejected.
Late in the third, Caitlin Clark is shoved to the ground by Connecticut Sun Marina Mabry after jawing all game between the two teams. Clark got a technical after the ref said she reacted in an unsportsmanlike manner. Mabry was also teed up, but not ejected. Fever fans and head coach Stephanie White didn't like that.
I started talking to the officials in the first quarter, and we knew this was going to happen. They got to get control of it. They got to be better. They got to be better.
White says that means consistently calling fouls when they happen. But the chippiness continued Tuesday, brewing into this moment with less than a minute to go. A baseline scuffle between Sophie Cunningham and the Suns' J.C. Sheldon.
This is what happens, right? This is what happens. You've got competitive women who are the best in the world at what they do, right? And when you allow them to play physical and you allow these things to happen, they're going to compete. And they're going to have their teammates' backs.
White called bad officiating a league-wide issue, leading to on-court theatrics. I talked to Indy native Katie Douglas. She played for both the Fever and the Sun before retiring in 2015.
Is it more physical? Maybe to some degree, but overall, I think it's pretty much on brand where it's always been. It's just the level of awareness, the heightened narrative of the physicality is at play right now.
During the game, longtime Fever TV analyst Debbie Antonelli said if the officials would have taken care of business earlier in the game, we wouldn't have seen this. I talked to her on the phone.
The game has evolved in every aspect, and we have to evolve in the officiating as well.
Players are faster, they're better, they're bigger, they're stronger. You know, they're as good as they've ever been, they're as athletic as they've ever been. Everybody's getting better, except the officials.
Samantha Johnson reporting. She did talk to a WNBA official today who said Sophie Cunningham is facing 2 fines, one for the flagrant foul, the other for her role in that scuffle late in the game. Mabry's shove to Clark was upgraded to a flagrant 2, and that comes with an automatic fine. No players will face a suspension.
Look at the damage here. These are trees that are down downtown between 12th Street, between Meridian and Illinois. This is the scene that we think is really statewide right now after we've had big winds that you've been tracking for hours. Angela joins us now, and this is the very thing. We see power outages that are significant statewide, and then we see these high winds with these trees.
Yeah, you're saying 60 to 70 mile per hour winds?
70 plus in some areas, so not surprising that we have some of these big trees down. And Sean's wife texted him and said, we've got lots of street lights out because of power outages, and that's one thing that didn't come to mind during our coverage. You have to treat the power lines as live, but when you come across, you know, an intersection that doesn't have street lights functioning, you have to treat those as four-way stops.
Right.
And we've got lots of that across the area because of the power outages. Big thank you to our friend Jennifer for this picture. Delaware and 22nd Street, trees down, and this is a big one, and this is the type of picture that we're seeing all across Marion County. Big thank you to Seamus as well. This is Delaware near 20th. That is a massive tree. So just be aware that the trees are down, the power lines are down, we've got power outages, and we have dozens and dozens of storm reports at this hour west of the line of storms. You can see these, and they will continue to come in. We do continue to track some strong to severe storms. Luckily, they're moving out of central Indiana. You're now behind that severe threat. Hartford City, Muncie, Portland, Winchester, but still dealing with some heavy rain. Still that severe threat continuing for Richmond, south through Brookville, Connorsville, and Liberty. Damaging wind threat, can't rule out some hail, and obviously the heavy rain continues to fall as well. We go south of Brookville and pick up North Vernon, although the heaviest is now pushing out of North Vernon. Future Track 13 really did a great job on the timeline with this. It's out of here, and we start to quiet things down, and then we'll eventually turn our attention to some high heat in the 7-day forecast. Ahead of the storms today, we made it to 87 this afternoon. 70 was the morning low temperature. Averages are 83 and 64. We're down now to 69 degrees as the storms continued to move out, but cleanup continues to just begin. 69 in Indianapolis. We have 67 degrees in Kokomo. We've rebounded to 72 in Greencastle and rebounded to 80 in Terre Haute. Temperatures will stay for most of us in the 70s this evening and still a little muggy. Not quite as muggy tomorrow afternoon. Temperatures will climb into the upper 70s and low 80s. Tomorrow night, the place to be, downtown Indianapolis for Game 6. Pretty comfortable. Temperatures will stay in the middle and upper 70s through the evening hours, and then we get a mix of sun and clouds in here on Friday ahead of turning our attention to weather impact alert days, and that will be Sunday into early next week because of high heat, high humidity. Severe threat winding down, a less humid day tomorrow, forecasting 83. Mix of sun and clouds on Friday, 87. Just below heat index values of 100 on Saturday, but we get there, if not above that. The reason for the weather impact alert days starting Sunday.
Angela, thanks so much. Tomorrow night, it is win or go home for the Pacers.
What the team is saying tonight as the last home game of the season approaches. Right now, our Pacers are up against the wall and could be without one of their biggest playmakers when they pick up Game 6 tomorrow night.
Tyrese Halliburton is expected to be a game-time decision tomorrow for Game 6 of the NBA Finals. OKC, as you know, leads the best-of-7 series 3-2. This is the first time the Pacers have actually trailed a series in this playoff run. Rick Carlisle told us today Halliburton participated in all the walkthrough activity, so he's truly a game-time decision tomorrow night. Pacers do have a plan if Tyrese is good to go, and they've also got a plan if he cannot play tomorrow night.
And they didn't tell us what that plan was.
Right.
Halliburton says he is going to trust the medical staff and do everything in his power so he's ready to play. Here's what the coach and Pascal Siakam are now saying on the opportunity that Game 6 is presenting.
What we need to do is buckle down, stand strong, where we should. And I anticipate one of the best crowds in the history of Gainbridge Fieldhouse, and we got to find a way. The ultimate is to get to a Game 7. That's the ultimate privilege. It's the ultimate experience in sports. But we've got to take care of home court tomorrow to do that.
Great opportunity in front of our fans. I'm sure it's going to be, like a huge moment for our fans, and they're going to be super excited, and we have a chance at home NBA Finals. Like it's a great opportunity, and that's all it is.
All right, fans, show up, scream loud. This is the last home game, regardless of the outcome here for this season. There's always a chance with this Pacers team, though.
That's for sure. We're going to obviously monitor Tyrese Halliburton's health as we get closer to Game 6 tomorrow night at Gainbridge.
That's right, and you can hear much more on our WTHR Plus, where we've got extended coverage for you there. In the meantime, the weather really the big story today.
Yeah, do we have more storms expected tonight?
We are not expecting more storms. Eastern part of the state, you're getting hit now. These do move out, and a less humid day tomorrow, highs in the low 80s.
All right, that is our news for now. Thank you for watching.
Hope to see you tonight at 11. Good night.
Continue with us and watch free now on WTHR Plus.
Good outfit today.
It's just solid planning. Oh my. Sorry, gang. I think all right. I've screwed things up here.
Scott's messing stuff up.
I know. Yeah, I'm going to need your help. I think I've sent us into the dark web. Yeah, that was what I was. Thank you.
All right, there we go.
That's much better.
We are in record for the tomorrow look ahead.
Tomorrow. Here's a look at the stories we're following for Thursday. There's a ribbon cutting tomorrow for Belford Bridge at Geist Park. The newly restored covered bridge was originally built in 1869 and spanned part of the White River in Jackson County. It collapsed during a storm in 2006, but now the bridge has been reconstructed as a pedestrian bridge across Fall Creek in Hamilton County. Want to remind you the watch party tickets for Game 6 of the NBA Finals go on sale tomorrow afternoon at 2. Pacers fans not inside Gainbridge Fieldhouse can hang out at Morris Bicentennial Plaza to watch the Pacers play the Thunder. Tickets for the watch party are $20. Doors open at 6:30. Tip-off is at 8:30. And tomorrow is Juneteenth, celebrating the day when enslaved people in Galveston, Texas, found out they had been freed. And there are events taking place across the area. That includes live performances and a fireworks show at Sarkine Park in Avon. We've got a full list of the events right now on WTHR.com. Let me are they still rolling?
Yeah.
Okay. That includes live performances and a fireworks show in Avon. We've got a full list of all the events right now on WTHR.com.
You satisfied?
I am, thank you. I don't have a whole lot of confidence on the pronunciation on that park, so.
That's a good call. We are in report for the snapshot.
Snapshot. Here's a look at the other stories making headlines right now. Tonight, a man is under arrest accused of shooting 2 men on the southwest side of Indianapolis. This is a story we first brought you as breaking news last night at 11. Police say there was a fight over a car sale before the gunfire. Investigators tell us both men injured are expected to survive. Tonight, 3 people are under arrest as part of a joint narcotics investigation in Evansville. Detectives seized more than 4 pounds of cocaine and 4 pounds of meth plus marijuana. They also discovered 2 stolen guns. Tonight, 2 people are recovering after a 3-vehicle crash involving a dump truck here in Indianapolis. This happened around 1 this afternoon near 16th and Harding. Firefighters say witnesses reported the dump truck hit the cars, flipping one of the vehicles over. The truck ended on its side. Medics took the drivers of both cars to the hospital. The dump truck driver was released on the scene. Tonight, a recall is in effect for a product made here in Indianapolis. Fresh Realm is recalling its chicken fettuccine Alfredo products because they may be linked to a listeria outbreak. They were sold at Walmart and Kroger stores across the nation. So if you have these products, throw them out or you can return them. Remember, you can find all of our latest local stories anytime on our 13 News app.
And then I'm assuming we need to do this under the law.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No. What's going on?
Oh, no.
What is going on?
Nate's car got damaged.
Yeah, Nate and our intern, too.
No, out in the parking lot?
Yep. Hit by a tree or branch or something.
He's got dinged pretty good.
Nate.
Feel so bad.
Nate's car got damaged.
Oh no.
Yeah.
And our intern.
Got dented real bad.
Big tree.
Just Nate?
And our intern, Claire.
Oh no.
Oh, you had a photo of it?
Yeah.
Oh,
Here, let me see.
cute. I told you,
Oh, shoot.
Yeah.
this building has never shut.
Right. I heard you say that.
We are in record for Send the Love.
All right, so this is Send the Love for Monday. This week on Send the Love, we want to put the spotlight on Building a Refuge. This is a small nonprofit that shares hope and encouragement with men. Eric felt hopeless, attempted suicide, but he found hope in community. Brandon faced his own mental health battle after his brother took his own life. These 2 men co-founded Building a Refuge because they don't want men to face battles alone. So they connect men with suicide prevention organizations. Austin told me he struggled with anxiety, depression, and had a problem with alcohol. Austin said building a refuge connected him with a treatment facility, and he's been sober for a year. Austin also told me the organization turned his life around, gave him mental clarity, and helped him develop more empathy toward others. Your donations this week could pay for things like counseling sessions or treatment for guys who want help but can't afford it. So if you'd like to make a $5 donation, here's what you do. Text the word love to this number, 317-655-5740. You can also send that QR code and I'll send you donation details. Thanks for sending the love this week to Building a Refuge. That's it.
All right.
Thank you. Whoops, that didn't end well. I don't know who uses mic 3, but they're not going to be using it for a while. Sorry, just me taking the thing off has exploded.
Oh, man.
Or